Hey there, Drawyah here, and welcome back to XP11. Well, as you can hear in the background, very, very windy today. So, Storm Eunice has battered the UK and started to get into continental Europe. And today I thought, what a great day to fly the smallest, most commonly flown 737 in Europe, which is the 737-800 out of originally Amsterdam to Heathrow. But then I was reminded that Heathrow, yes, windy airport today. Big Jet TV did a lot of coverage on that today, but it's not the windiest airport in the UK. That title goes to Leeds Bradford. So Leeds Bradford earlier on was hitting winds of something like 34 knots gusting 60. I mean, it has come down a little bit now to a measly 28 gusting 54, but still very, very windy out there today. So 2 flights today, starting at Amsterdam, flying to Leeds Bradford, and then from Leeds Bradford back to Amsterdam Schiphol. So an hour flight time out, hour flight time back again. Potentially though, one way could be a lot shorter than the other, depends on how the winds work out for us, but it's going to be a very windy old flight today. So, Amsterdam to Leeds it is. Change the cockpit, set the aircraft up, and prepare ourselves for our flights today. Yes, finally doing Leeds. I've promised it for a little while now, finally we are doing it. So, first and second, turn on the battery, set all emergency lights set. Grab power on. So remember the control method for X-Plane, similar to the Microsoft Flight Sim, but you've got to make sure your click spots are a bit more exact. Repeats on, hydraulics on. Going to not turn the fuel pump on just yet, we're going to make sure the aircraft's been fueled up first. So go to wait for balance, go over to payload, and we'll start with the loading and fueling the aircraft at this point. So the payload today, according to our flight plan, is going to be payload 13.8. Oops, so we go back. 13.8. Enter that. Head back. It's going to go to 2.6, that's fine. Head over to fuel. We need to fuel up first. That's going to be under the fuel bit. Fuel on board today is going to need to be at 5678. So say 5700 for sake of rounding it, so 5700, enter that, head back, call a fuel truck, so that means our ground services are active, and the fuel truck will now start fueling. Somewhat busy at Schiphol today. You can see the aircraft actually slowly rocking in the wind at the moment. There's an aircraft just taxiing to runway now. If you look close at the aircraft, it's not quite staying still, but rather it is rocking in the winds. Those chocks there doing good jobs on the aircraft from letting loose. When it comes to the METAR later on, have a look at the ATIS. And mentioned from the passenger view there, you can kind of see that the aircraft shakes because it's steady, but you can blown about by the wind today. Right, so I have to say, very, very windy this evening. It should be quite interesting indeed. Overhead panel, quickly align your RSs. And start with the FMS for the airplane. So FMC, go to position oscillation, plug in our departure, which is Echo Hotel Alpha Mike. And our stand, we'll have a stand number, so we'll take off the airport position. I'll grab the stand number from the charts later. Right, route, so Amsterdam to Echo Golf November Mike, Leeds Bradford. Our flight number today is going to be KL1545. Next page, let's plug in our routing. Before we do that, let's start with the passenger boarding process. So start our flight from Amsterdam to Leeds, 1545, 32,000 feet cruise. Flight time today will be 1 hour on the dot. Departure in approximately 23 minutes, 73700, with a passenger count of 132. No Wi-Fi, no entertainment, no board music. We have got KLM safety briefing. We have got snacks, we don't get meal service, and with that, let's start the boarding. That's off a mess. Plug in our routing, starting with Bergy. From Bergy, we fly the Lima 602 to Supper. Lima 60 to Otsbeds. Yankee 70 to Batley. and then directs to Lima Bravo Alpha, and that is our flight plan complete. That's a short flight today, nice and simple. As soon as I was lined up, double check the flight plan. I presume that LBA is correct, but that could be actually wrong. I didn't check it when I selected it. Right, back to the FMS, head over to our visualization, done the routes, performance. Right, zero fuel weight is going to be, I've always put it from the aircraft, but screw it, I'll do it like this for once. No, go on, from the aircraft, go on then. 53, gross weight 58.7, center gravity 2.8. Cruising altitude today was level 320. The aircraft suggests we should cruise at 26,000, but we'll go up to 32. Reserves will be 0.23, and costing today is 47. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I'm expecting, if the need for a go-around comes out, then I'm going around. The reason I'm choosing X-Plane today over Microsoft Flight Sims, because everyone knows that Microsoft Flight Sims got the, X-Plane's got the better feeling in the air, especially with its blade element theory, and even on the ground. If I grab the, this kind of visualizes the winds, the speed of what's actually on the aircraft right now, so you can actually see just how the wind's blowing across the aircraft. The more red number is, higher the number. Essentially, it's the more powerful the wind gusts are. So if you move up close to the numbers, you can kind of see like how the direction changes, the number changes, and all that. So you can kind of visualize the wind acting on the aircraft already, and we're still on the ground. This is ground wind. This is the airflow of the aircraft right now. So the wind's currently blowing forwards. See how it's all changing and bending around that. Right now, the winds, even on the ground at Amsterdam, are not great. Yes, KLM is in the process of switching some of their 3s over to A320s, and that will be a process that'll take the next couple of years to complete. Right, back down to the FMS. We use 10 degrees of flaps, center gravity sets, V speeds 117, 120, and 128. Right, so we're going to listen to greet the passengers now, and then go through the meetup. Good afternoon and all aboard KLM flight 1545 from Amsterdam Schiphol to Leeds Bradford. Flight time today is 1 hour on the dot. Some heavy winds for us today, storm Eunice blows over Europe, so we will likely be keeping the seats for the entirety of the flight. Otherwise, we thank you for flying with us today, and if any questions, feel free to speak to the cabin crew. Once again, we've got a few storms on the flight, therefore we do expect a few bumps, but don't you worry, completely normal as we hit the turbulence. Thank you for flying with us.
Unless you're in the front row, please place all of your items in the overhead bin. If you have any trouble finding a location to carry on items...
Alright, so the aircraft has been fueled now, so we'll turn on the APU. Start off by turning on the left-hand fuel pumps, which is going to be these. APU, hard start switch until the low pressure light comes on, there we go, APU starting. Set the altitude to 32,000 feet on the push up. This is the LevelUp 737. And navigator, this is the LevelUp 737. Right, APU should hopefully be starting. There we go, needles moving. RS, that'll take a few more minutes, I think. 3 more minutes. That's fine. Right, listen to the meter. Let's connect to frequency and let's get our clearance over to Leeds.
Winds 260, temperature 8 degrees Celsius. Few clouds at 3,000 feet. Variable 220 to 280. Dew point 1 degree Celsius. Altimeter 0991. At 39 knots gusting to 55 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers. Scattered clouds at 4,200 feet. Winds 26.
So winds are 39 knots, gusting 55. We're in for departure today. We're definitely in for departure. Right, what was I doing? I was going to go to the IVAO. So currently online is Amsterdam radar 125750. 125750. I'll turn up some brightness as well, for sake of getting some panel lighting in the aircraft. Yeah, go and turn on the light and stuff as well. So that goes up, that goes up, and we'll turn on the main hub brightness behind us as well.
Good evening, sir. KLM 183.
Cool.
Flight level 360 inbound headfire 2 nautical miles out.
APU is available. APU gen sets. APU bleed on. Ground power off. Turn on the other fuel pumps. Your dampener on. And let us get ready to request clearance. There's no active ATIS at the moment here at Amsterdam, so we'll base it off of what we've got. Hello. Hang on. Before I do that, let me get the stand location. Right, open charts list. Currently charts list for the ground at Amsterdam. Right, we are at stand. So we're on the beep here. Why are we just next from IVAO?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Wrong shot, are we?
45. The service queue.
April 5.
Our flight time
KLM
is
183.
1 hour.
Sorry, my Aurora just crashed.
There we go.
We have radar contact.
Yeah, someone else reported that IVAO crashed as well, so something went wrong there.
Direct zone. KLM 183.
Yeah, so we're at a beep here, sorry, it's confirming, third off to the end. Stand Bravo 28.
Cross-check, verify straps, and stand by for all calls. Flight attendants, please prepare cabin for departure.
With 898 Papa, I don't have you on my radar at the moment. You got 898 Papa, go around.
Ooh, sorry, yeah, you're right. That's
898 Papa, I don't
wrong.
see you on my radar at the moment.
that's more like it. Leeds Bradford.
Okay, I got some disconnection apparently, but I'm connecting back and climbing runway 63000. Roger. Airflot 115, the wind 26039, August 55.
So on the departure, I'm expecting runway 24 on the Burgie 2 departure. Tower may give control may give something different, we'll see.
Alpha, gate Delta 57.
Alpha Gate Delta 57. KLM 105.
Hello there, Amsterdam Control. This is KLM 72 Kilo at stand Bravo 28, requesting clearance to Leeds Bradford.
Stand by short. Break. KLM 1046, fly heading 080.
Fly heading 080, KLM 1046.
While we're waiting,
KLM 72 Kilo, hello, clear destination, Burgie to Sierra departure. Runway 24, flight level 060, sport 3137.
KLM 72 Kilo, cleared to destination, departing runway 24 on the Burgie 2 Sierra departure, initial climb 060, squawking 3137.
KLM 70 Kilo, repack break, speed at 898 Papa, back on radar, right head
3137.
Hi, sitting hill 30, speed at 898 Papa.
So as I thought, it'll be runway 2 for departure, so we'll set runway 24. And that'll be on the Burgie to Sierra departure. So Berg to Sierra, execute that, we are good to go. Flight plan, the IRS is aligned, so we need to check out the flight plan, go step by step, make sure nothing is out of place. So pretty straightforward for departure. It's that last waypoint I'm interested in, just make sure nothing's gone in the wrong place. Lima Bravo Alpha, and that should... Yeah, as is the Bradford's perfect. Cool, right, flight plan's complete. I'm happy wherever it is. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to... So passenger finished boarding actually now, so we're in pre-flight. Boarding's complete, looking good. Yeah, 700 got because you can see cabin because you see the missing seat on the right hand side there. No idea why the 7700 had that, but it's just a missing seat over the opening exit in this aircraft. I believe actually this model does take into account as well. Let's quickly find it. The answer is... oh no, it doesn't. This one has the full 3 seats. But certainly in Southwest aircrafts, that seat there is missing in the 700 model. Right, we are ready for engine push and start, I think. Confirm ground power disconnect, that's all fine. We'll secure the exits. So ground handling vehicles now drive away. We will disconnect GPU, close the doors.
KLM 106, left heading 060 for space.
Beacon lights on, so that ground crew that we are ready for engine
Left heading
starts.
060, KLM
Position
1046.
lights. Position on. No local lights, daytime outside, that's fine. Let's do this, shall we?
F110, turn left heading 030.
With zone left 030, airphone
Also 6,000 initial climb, remember that. KLM 72 kilo, stand Bravo 28, ready for push and start.
KLM 70 kilo, push start through, QNH 991.
Push start approved, QNH 991 for KLM 70 kilo. Right, let's get the
level 50.
let's pushback going, request pushback,
50, KLM 1046.
and just stick it onto the taxiway, please.
Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
Alright, so QNH sets 991, sets our transponders to 3137, as soon as we're on the runway, can then turn that on. Hello from Netherlands, always enjoying video, keep up good work. Thank you RJ, thank you for kind words, welcome smoothie.
Overwatch 195.
KLM 195, roger, Unicom.
Takeoff and Departure Tango, hang on, what have I put down then?
Zeer bedankt voor de service. Fijne avond, KLM 195.
I thought we were going to Leeds today. November Tango is Newcastle,
KLM
November
106, right heading 090.
Mike is Leeds.
Right heading 090, KLM 1046.
We're going to Leeds today, right? I'm very sure we're going to Leeds. Can I get your reviews, Charlie? Yeah, go off November Mike. We're going to Leeds today.
All doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Yeah, that's the plan, Tandy. Flying to Leeds today. Because, like I say, everyone watching Heathrow. I wish I did this, didn't I? The Sam Airports thing. Plan. Departure 24, runway 3 there. Show more details. Our flight number today. I mean, this doesn't actually do anything because we don't have the airport stand enabled with this. But what is this going to be? KLM 1545. This is KLM 7 2 kilo. Time of depart or time boarding time. So say. I don't know, 1900, cruising level 320. So yeah, this doesn't actually do anything, only because this airport doesn't have a stand display in front of the stair. Some do, some don't. Alright, park and brake release. Let's get going, shall we? Oh, Diversion, sorry, yeah, Diversion would be in Newcastle.
Alpha 115, preferred gate?
No. Air Force 105.
Roger, taxi to gate Delta 41 via
Thank you, Ground Crews, for guiding my aircraft in. Going in reverse.
Taxi to gate
So I believe the...
Delta 41.
Yeah, so better pushback straight away gives us the... what do you call it? It's the...
KLM 1046, descend to 3000 feet, right heading 180.
Clearance engine starts. Go straight into it. Engine 2 starts. Watch the N2. Wait for that to 18, and then starts the fuel flow.
Heading 180 with 1991, KLM 1046.
Leave it 898 Papa, right
Engine
heading
2
240,
starts.
clear 27. Right heading 240, cleared into ALS 1027, speed at 898 Papa.
We could already make the diversion Heathrow if we want to go into there. But fingers crossed, with any luck, we should stick Leeds, or give it a go at least. As a standard rule of thumb is, you have 3 attempts at landing. If you don't make it on the 3rd attempt, then you divert. But if the winds are as bad as they say, you may just do 2 attempts for diverting, but like I say, with any luck, we should be able to stick it without any problems. I don't believe Leeds is capture enabled, so you have to land it manually regardless. Heathrow has got capture capabilities, you can auto land at Heathrow if we need to. Newcastle, I believe, is only Cat 2 enabled, so that one also you have to land manually. Engine 1 starts. Right, engines are started.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Parking brake set. Turn on the engine bleeds.
Right heading 240, cleared ILS.
Pats to auto.
Right heading 240, clear ILS.
Engine generator set. APU off.
Air France 110, descend to 3000 feet, QNH is 90901.
Going to do a quick check of our flight controls.
3000 Air France 10,
Elevators active. Ailerons active. Rudder goes left. Rudder goes right. Spoilers up. Spoilers down. As you can see, with my hands off the control, the elevator is still kind of moving. That again is down to the wind. If you look at the control surface up close, because of how the wind is actually acting around the aircraft, that is pushing the elevators up and down. So the weather is very much against us today. Now, I know that for some reason Better Pushback's not liked by this aircraft, so I will need to get it manually. Yeah, just terminate it, that'll do it. Right, that should load the aircraft now and should then disconnect. There we go. Right.
Air France 110, cleared ILS runway 27.
So press start taxi intention. So 24's not too far away from us. We are right now here on Alpha 3. So I'd like to be doing Alphas or Bravos into podding.
Runway 27, Kirsten, speedbird 898 Papa.
KLM 72 kilo ready to taxi.
KLM 72 kilo, taxi to holding point Sierra 7, runway 245 Bravo.
Taxi to holding point 07 by Bravo of KLM 72 kilo. Right, parking brake released, increased throttle.
Amsterdam, goedenavond from Jelle, KLM 601, descending flight level 260
flaps to 10 degrees preferably.
It's 2 at the same time, KLM 601, goedenavond.
Oh yeah, Better Pushback's fantastic, never doubt that for a minute, Marco. Better Pushback, the best Pushback watch when he flights them. I love Pushback Zuma, boy the unit voice, that's alright, but certainly not as good as this. I remember the hardware, so that's to... Oh, it's set to... Or is it?
Air France 110, reduce to final approach speed. You are following a KLM Embraer 190.
Yeah, that should be alright. So while the aircraft's being so... Well, I guess the weather's going to play a big factor in this. It's not as smooth taxiing it normally is.
KLM 193, contact Bremen, frequency is 123.925, goodbye.
Bremen 123.925, thank you, KLM 193.
What anti-aliasing using? To be fair, the anti-aliasing isn't that great. I can see the marching ants.
Maintain Unicom, Air France 1641, thank you for your ATC.
Yeah, 1641, advise you to contact Marina 128105.
It's not perfect, it's looking better.
Bravo 128.105, thank you sir, bye bye.
Hurricane Studios, 400 points to Drawyah starts you up. You're not wrong there, Tandy, you're not wrong there. Storm all over Europe, well, kind of all over northwest Europe at the moment, Mikas, so this is Storm Eunice. At Skipper right now, looking at 39 knot winds gusting 55. At Leeds, looking at maybe gusting 50s at some point. We'll check the weather when we get close to our destination. The wind's certainly getting quite gusty here as well. All over North Europe, we've got some storms at the moment. Actually, no, someone who went flying today to Tenerife. Because I just came back from Tenerife myself a couple of days ago. Lovely, lovely place. I'd go back for sure. But yeah, someone I know flew to Tenerife today, and well, the departure out was really shaky. Apparently, passengers screaming the departure out. So certainly made for departure.
IVAO, is that correct?
Negative, Ditfo, Tango, India, Delta, Victor Oscar.
So, Russia.
Right, so taxiing now to the end of Bravo. Sierra 7, right at the end. So again, departure winds gusting 55 knots. This will be a very breezy departure.
Speedbird 898 Papa, the taxi to gate Delta 57 by Alpha. Delta 57 by Alpha, Speedbird 898 Papa, and we are vacating right now. Thank you. KLM 1046, the wind 26039 gust 55, runway 27, cleared land.
So 39, gusting 55.
Runway 27, thank you. KLM 1046.
Make sure that the taxi lights on. Whoops. Now they're on.
110, expect a late clearance. The first wind is 26039, gusting 55.
Your cousin was a person on easy flight to move today. Didn't enjoy it too much. I can imagine.
KLM 601, ik zal hem makkelijker maken, direct Pampus.
Dat snapt hij wel. De FMC, dankjewel. Pampers.
Tip foes had you to get off the date is.
Not dust, Tandy. That's water vapor. Rain being kicked up by the aircraft.
Okay. KLM 72 kilo, the wind 26039, gusting 55, runway 24, clear takeoff.
Clear for takeoff runway 2 for KLM 72 kilo, thank you very much. Right, so you have to take clearance. Let's do this, shall we? And lights set. Transponder set to send and receive.
Can you just take in the gate number for the speedboat 898 Papa? Delta 5.
Cabin crew, seats for departure please. Seats for departure. Once again, passenger reminder, some slight winds on departure, so do expect a few bumps on the way out. Yep, using a freeway airport scenery, Sean. We're using a freeway airport scenery from Flight Sim Lot 2. Flight 2, sorry, and explain.org. Sorry, it's explain sim, so org scenery today. Yeah, so I'm making use of scenery today, don't you worry. Here's the flood direction I've turned on. Don't need you. Activate the chrono. Sporting is up. Engines 1, 2 stable. Activate the N1.
Airfloat 115, send number Delta 41 on box.
Airfloat 115, roger, have a nice weekend, bye bye.
80 knots.
80
Thank
knots.
you, to see you. See you next time, Airfloat 115, bye.
V1.
V1, rotate. Oof.
Positive rate.
Gear up.
Gear up.
Come on, woo, yeah.
Wind shear. Wind shear.
You can feel the wind. You can feel the wind. 400s. Flaps to 1.
1000.
1000. Reset landing gear.
KLM 72 kilo, climb flight level 320.
Climb level 320 for KLM 72 kilo.
Wind shear. Wind shear.
Alright, autopilot on. Good to the aircraft. Climb to level 320. Flaps up. Yeah, got rejected brakes there, you're right, sim pilots. I was too busy minding the winds then. And look at this, this is autopilot right now. Fighting the aircraft. We're going to raise to 3... Did I say 3.6? 3.2, sorry. Should have passenger notice as well. I can see the wing flex in this aircraft really taking the battering. I've seen 55 knot winds this. It's only to ignore the wind shear alarm, Alberto. I wish you could do it at this point. We're taking off.
KLM 106, keep it rolling, next to the left, please. Taxi indicate Delta 7, straight ahead, Alpha 12.
Right now, flying in headwinds of 62 knots. The ground speed's down to 217 at the moment.
Hey, boom, Delta 7.
The aircraft will attempt a right hand turn to get us onto the sit outs.
By Alpha, thank you.
And now you're
This is always going to be bumpy flight outs. And like I said, that's why I chose X-Plane today for Microsoft Flight Sim, because Microsoft Flight Sim, fair enough, good looking sim, but certainly not to this level for the winds. Wind shear wouldn't have guessed. this is the LevelUp 737, just essentially. This is the LevelUp 737. Like I say, this is on autopilot right now. The aircraft's really fighting to keep it steady. And we same as this again when we start the approach into Leeds again. Using Skyscapes, Martin for clouds. Skyscapes.
KLM 72 kilo direct offset.
Direct offset for KLM 72 kilo. Just be aware as well, we just had some wind shear on the departure of 24.
Yeah, it's quite windy today.
Right, direct to Oxford. Oh, trust me, I'd love to be passengers kind of fly to Lanjan. I mean, I've always liked turbulence. I flew Tenerife in Stansted on Wednesday, and even that, fair enough, we weren't quite into the head of the storm, but we definitely had a few. What was it? I think it was 21 knots, gusting 32 at Stansted when I landed there on Wednesday, gusting 32. So this is much stronger than that. But I've always liked turbulence and just a bit of extra wind to a flight. For me, it just adds more. It just adds more to the flight. It's just a bit more shaking, a bit more going on as such. But it doesn't start Volanta today. Whoops. Let me start Volanta quickly in the background. Also, let me set up the tracking link for the flight as well. I'm quite good at doing the Volanta. I don't know what I forgot today. Whoops, daisy. And there's our tracking link if you wish to follow us on the website. And our flight plan. There we go, now tracking Volanta. I forgot to do stuff earlier. Oh well, not the end of the world. I do believe takeoff was good or could be better in terms of plane stability on the runway. Oh, so yeah, the winds, as soon as I start getting to speed there, Ahmeds, the winds kicked us up and my rudder was not quite at, not quite where it should have been. So as a result, we did get pushed to the right hand side slightly. It wasn't, we never left the runway. It's actually not that bad, but could have been a bit more stable on the runway there, which we could have thought better for. It's not the end of the world, not the end of the world. Passing through 15,000, the winds are a lot calmer now. Still a headwind of 70 odd knots, but no more gusts at this altitude. Not sure about your PACX HUD. Oh, the PACX HUD going away. You mean this HUD? This one automatically disappears after a few seconds. This one at the bottom stays forever, but it's the one on the screen that disappears after so long. Let's go through our passenger list. Let's see who's on board, who's on set aircraft today. It's only an hour to Leeds, so it won't be a very long flight today. Then we have the return as well, so we'll do both the outbound and return leg, and once we're finished, we'll then do the replay as well. We'll do both flights first, and then we'll do the replays. Other than that, no people on board I personally recognise. If you're on chat spots on anyone, just give us a shout, we'll have a look. But for me, this is no one today. Nobody on board. 3 cabin crew. Pretty standard flights so far. Hurricane Studios, clouds look pretty beautiful and expected. 2 knot climb outs. I'm alright, Sitra. I'm alright. How are you doing? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the chat. How are you today?
November, descent flight level 7.
Good to throw, good to hit. So continuing. If you're not an issue with that one, Flying Moose, then try going to the plugins, plugins, PACX, and then toggle the HUD. That should make it stay at the bottom as well. If not, then you've got something wrong on your Windows, I'm afraid. Try running it as administrator. So continue our climb out. Yep, I had that, saw that first time climb move, so I need to copy and paste. Next time I'll just time out you. That's spam. Continue our climb out, almost at cruising altitude. It's not good gusting, so you probably get away with turning off the seatbelt sign to pass your freedoms back for a bit. But for now, we'll see how it goes. How's a holiday? So, like I said, earlier in the week, spent a couple of days out in Tenerife. The outbound flight flew with Ryanair, flew on the 737 MAX, which I was very excited for. The return flight from Jet to 737. Kind of like this one. Yes, I bought the models that they sell on Jet 2 flights because why not? I have got the Ryanair as well, that one I already own. Also in the Laudamotion as well from the Lauda flights. But I thought, why not? I like the I like these little models. Like a memento when I flew them. It was my very first flight Jet 2 as well, so shoots. Had a lot going for it, and I must admit, I was impressed with Jet 2. I was impressed. Jet 2's service pretty good. Can't complain about it. Cabin crew fantastic. One or two passengers are a bit not so. Almost had a fight on board the aircraft. One lady demanding a bottle of water and got a bit out of hand there, but hey ho, it happens. Yeah, it was a good old flight. I really enjoyed it. Fair play to the Jet 2 crew. Landed about 10 minutes early as well in the FA Top winds. But the outbound flight today, that was flying with Ryanair.
Unicorn 128, goodbye.
After Unicorn 1228 for KLM 70 kilo. Thank you very much, take care, bye. Yeah, the Ryanair flight outbound in the MAX was certainly it was interesting. I mean, for once, they never mentioned it was a MAX at all in the entire flight. It was an 800 series or an 8200. They never ever used the word MAX. If you go to Ryanair's website, they no longer even use MAX in there as well. It's a game changer aircrafts, the 8200. Yeah, so the Ryanair, the way they kind of hiding the MAX name was quite interesting. Yep, flying Storm there against that, definitely well aware of that. The weather and storm out here is all over Europe at the moment. Well, certainly over northwest Europe. But we'll storm through. We'll go through. Nothing's going to hold us back just yet. Just going to be weary for it. Yeah, as I say, so Ryanair's, the way they hide the branding of the MAX is quite interesting, but fair play to them, I guess. I mean, it certainly works. Their big thing, the MAX, is that it stops people from, I guess, panicking. So by not saying it's a MAX, it's because of the bad press that comes around it winter. So essentially what they've done is they've rebranded the aircrafts, and legally they're allowed to do it because all an airline has to do is state what the base model is, which in this case is a Boeing 737. That's all they legally have to state. So I've got someone to confirm that for me. Yeah, they only have to state that's a 737. They have to say what type of 737 it is, or kind of what denomination it is either. So they can brand it however they want, as long as it's a Boeing 737. So, yeah, no mention of the MAX, but the flight itself is actually pretty good. I mean, as a passenger, you can certainly feel the weight of the airplane, especially when the flaps are flying when the gear is dropping as well. Because Tenerife, again, can be quite a windy airport to fly into Tenerife South, but overall, no negatives. It was a good flight, cabin crew were alright, didn't interact with them too much, but the inbound Jet 2 was certainly the highlight for this flight's trip. Now, Tenerife is good, so first thing I did was go on the boats and kind of sailed around in the water, looking at dolphins. Second day, went on a snorkeling, kayaking trip and swam with turtles. It was Tenerife and the whole kind of Canary Islands. I don't know quite how to describe them because it's not like anywhere I've ever been to before. The terrain is different. We should have 2000 out. The terrain's different, the kind of way people live is very different, and you go out there, it's just basically loads of English expats who've retired. But yeah, it's quite the experience. I'd go back. I'd definitely go back to Tenerife and try to explore some of the other islands as well. So Lanzarote, Tenerife, Gran Canaria, all those other places. But it's quite the experience. Yes, the flights. So we're getting pushed back at this flight to Tandy. So 139 knot headwind at the moment. As a result, this flight will not be 1 hour long. It'll be slightly late on the arrival. Which, to be fair, what can you do? The winds are this bad. kind of expecting it to slow down, but we'll give passengers updates kind of as we hit top percent, kind of when we're expected to arrive, which in fact we check the aircraft. FMS progress 45. So they're saying we're running about 33 minutes expected arrival. 33 minutes. Load volume limiter, X-plane, upgrades to 4K. Oh yeah, so you say on my end, it's at 4K, so the extends weather, water, something else to do with it. So my screen, looking at on my screen it's 4K, on the stream it's down to 1440p for the sake of YouTube and Twitch rendering. When you first went to Canaries, you thought you partnered with Banksy or something, unless you're in a resort town, there's loads of half-built empty buildings. I didn't see much in the way in terms of empty buildings, Scooter, but the joke I made was we landed in Arizona, because it's just desert, cactus, a few mountains and a road down the middle of it. And that is just kind of how I describe Tenerife in my case. It's basically the Arizona desert. But 25, 26 degrees centigrade is warm out there as anything. It was a good trip. It was a good trip. It wasn't too expensive, cheaper than I thought it would be for the distance. The fact that one, half terms just started in the UK for schools, and two, we also it was the very first kind of day where the restrictions were relaxed in the UK, so it all worked out quite nicely for me. And I was looking at either going to Lanzarote or Tenerife, and I chose Tenerife on one, it was slightly cheaper. Two, Lanzarote was flying the 737 NG, while Tenerife flying the 73 Max, so that's kind of the only the only decision maker for me on that was the type of aircraft I'm flying out on. And the return flight, I was looking at either Wizz Air or Jet2, because I've not done either of those before. I could have flown back on Ryanair if I wanted to, but the Ryanair flight was early morning, I'd rather do a later flight. Now the Wizz Air flight left Tenerife at 8 PM, but didn't get into Luton until 1 AM, which for me, London Luton, I can get a Thameslink train to London without too many problems, but after that, no underground, you're kind of stranded in central London, so I thought, okay, I'll take the earlier Jet2 flight, which left at about 4 PM, get back to Stansted for about 8:30 PM, and then with that I've got easy train to London, easy trains on the underground, get myself home without too many problems, got home about 11 PM on the Wednesday. You know you're an geek when you base entirely on the aircraft. Yes. Yes, like fan, the return journey should be nice and easy for us. And again, if we're getting pushed by this 115 knot wind, we'll be flying back in about 20 minutes, if we're lucky. Can't do fly TUI. I've not flown TUI before, Minty. I think TUI, they don't so much allow walk-on passengers. You have to book on their package holidays. Let me have a look. TUI Air. So there were Thompson. It's fair enough, as you know, that they do exist as like a walk-on airline, but I presume their options are a little more limited. So have a look at Tenerife. No, sorry, overseas airports. That'd be helpful, wouldn't it? Nope. Okay, doing it maths way. So Spain, Tenerife south to London, Luton or Stansted will do. Okay, any London will do. Just a single flight, say. So I chose on Wednesday. I found on Wednesday, so let's go to next Wednesday then. So Wednesday, they didn't fly every day, so that probably wasn't the reason why I didn't fly them. Actually, no, it's not bad to do flight. They fly on most days, either they're fully booked flights, or they just have a few gaps in the schedule. So next available Wednesday is going to be the 2nd of March, for preferably just the one adults. I travel solo most of my places. £59 actually to get to it. That's not the worst. Plus £11 selects your seat, of course. And then you look at the seating map. Because this tells you your flight number. I'm going to tell you the aircraft type. It doesn't even tell you flight number. I've noted that as well. A lot of these booking sites don't actually show flight numbers anymore, which is annoying. Yeah, it shows you the flight time. It doesn't actually show you the flight number. So I'll never know if that was an NG or a Max. Yeah, Jet2 in the end was a little more expensive than Ryanair, but again I say Ryanair's departure time was like 9 AM that morning, so that was too early for me. Yeah, just ultimately Jet2 became the choice for this trip. No, I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. Hopefully I'll get a few vlogs out soon. Just need to speak to the editor about that, when I can get that all going. Because the vlogs, I'll start getting an editor on board just to make my life a little bit easier. Tragic Turboprop, how are you doing? Welcome to the channel. Chat, how are you today, dude? So continue our cruise. I am excited for Flyby 380 Nanjana. Yes, I'm very excited for the A380. Hopefully it won't be that far away now. You want to fly the A320 but Ryanair? You never know, Gam. Ryanair do operate, I think it's 29 A320s. Ryanair fleet. So go on their website. So go to the Ryanair corporate websites. Yes, this is the older website which actually mentions the 77 MAX 200. But if you go to the newer Ryanair kind of about us bit, so Ryanair, flying bus, route map, destination. Where is it? So kind of about us bit for Ryanair. Corporate, advertise careers. I don't know why. I'll find it. Media Centre maybe. Here we go, right, about us, our fleet. So this is the new Ryanair fleet website. So welcome aboard. So they have 505 aircraft visits. Yeah, 505 aircraft, summer 22. They have 210 game changer aircraft on order, 197 seats. The game changers, you can see, let me just stop there. So we're investing $22 billion into 210 new Boeing 737-8200 game changer aircraft. I mean, in reality, what you should be doing is where is it? Where is it? Yeah, that's what it should be saying. 800 max aircraft, not game changer aircraft. 4% more gas, 60% less fuel burn, 40% less noise. To be fair, it is very quiet aircraft. So 210. Just so correct that. It's not a game changer. It's max. 210 max on order. 409 77 NGs, 189 seats. So it's 29 A320s, and they're the ones in Lauda colours, because Lauda is owned by Ryanair. So potentially, if you fly into Stansted, especially when you're in Europe, Lauda motion aircraft, Lauda, you most likely get a Ryanair 320. So, yeah, you never know. You may actually find yourself on board one of those. Don't worry, Superfly, doing a return flight later, so you can join us later on if you want, returning back to Amsterdam later, so it's not over just yet. I hope Ryanair paying you for the corrections. What's a buzz? So Ryanair owns several airlines. They own Lauda, which is Lauda Europe, Buzz, Malta Air, and Ryanair. And then there's one separate, kind of just a single Ryanair UK aircraft as well. Golf Rocker, Romeo Uniform Kilo Alpha. So there's actually 5 Ryanair aircraft brands. Lauda Europe, Buzz, I can't remember, is it Air Malta or Malta Air? It's one or the other, but it's Malta Air. So Lauda, Buzz, Malta Air, Ryanair, and Ryanair UK. 5 separate brands, all owned by the Ryanair kind of home company, and that's Michael O'Leary, CEO of. So Ryanair's bigger than you thought. They've got multiple branches, and ultimately, by having different aircraft and divisions in different countries, it makes it cheaper for Ryanair to operate because they can use local tax laws. So, for example, by having a single plane in the UK, it makes it cheaper flying to the UK. By having the main Ryanair based in Ireland, it makes use of Ireland's really good aviation laws and kind of the cost of that around. By having Buzz in Poland, it allows them to connect all across Eastern Europe and use cheap Polish aviation laws around to kind of form a red bloc region. You've got the Malta Air, which makes use of the cheapest aviation fees in all of Europe. And then Lauda Europe, which is also based now, so they used to be based in Vienna, now they're based in Malta, also for the same fact that it's just cheapest in Europe. So by having different branches, different countries, makes it much cheaper to operate, and as a passenger, cheaper tickets indeed. Ryanair Atlantic never existed, Evan. Ryanair Atlantic never existed. It was going to be the kind of transatlantic division of Ryanair, but that never came to fruition. Welcome, SWAT and Simulations. How you doing? Depends on how like a Pringles can. We'll see what happens live, but like I say, it's going to be quite the approach today. TFDi releasing there. Yes, tomorrow got the Digital Flight Dynamics A350 preview video coming out, so I'm definitely watching that one. Ryanair UK, so that, you're right, Superfly, is down to Brexit. Because the fact that the UK is no longer part of the EU, we no longer follow the European Union aviation rules, and as a result, by having UK-based airline as well, makes it cheaper and easier to operate within both the UK and European Union. So there's only one aircraft that actually exists in the Ryanair UK fleet, which is Gulf Rucker, but by having that just there, it makes it cheaper to operate. Yep, Norwich on the left hand side, flight fan, somewhere in the clouds down below. I have got Orbex UK South. I haven't installed it. I've got it. I haven't installed it because it's just what's 500 gigs of fantastic scenery, but it's too big. Weather add-on using Enhanced Skyscapes, Flight Simmer and Enhanced Skyscapes. And someone asked me about Active Sky earlier. Dan, no, I don't have Active Sky. It's raining in Winchester Final. Sounds about right for Leeds. That's just a normal day out there. As I was looking at doing Heathrow earlier on, but I was reminded that Leeds is a really windy airport in the UK, so Leeds just made it a bit more sense, more fun to approach into. We should have Tower available for that landing as well, so yep, we got Leeds radar and Leeds Tower online, so I'll be sure to make use of both of those. So the approach wasn't tight. Right, so approaching runway 32 at least today. Let's confirm with the meter on the ATC side of things. Charlie, the information Charlie, very good. Right, so it's 280, 26 knots, gusting 39. Approaching runway 32, I'll stick with that. Transition 5000. Alright, so set up for runway 32, that's fine. So, approach ILS Studio, the ILS Studio, yeah, the ILS Studio 32. No star, which is actually correct, so yeah, it's just direct from Bravo Alpha to Golf November Mike. So execute that, and just use the plan mode to confirm. Like I say, I've got no issue with the flight plans in X-Plane. They should just go in straight, nice, there you go. Ooh, hang on. Select that, paste that, execute that. Okay, maybe not. I'm hoping that's then. Ah, hang on, no. If I get rid of that Lima Bravo Alpha waypoint, should just slide in quite nicely. So go to that. That goes there. Execute that. So Palit, Charlie India 32, Charlie. Unfortunately, 32, runway 32 approach. Cool, so that's perfect. Go over to reference, 30 degrees flaps using 182 knots approach speed. QNH, sorry. Mileage frequency 110.9. 1109. And the course is 318. Right, so that's our approach complete. 12%'s coming up now, that's only about... Gosh, it really is close now. Right, grab the insets of the isolate quickly, it's... hang on. Right, worst case scenario, we'll just set the top percent to lower actually anyway. Right, approach, runway 32 on the ILS. That's not a lie, it's Cat 3 enabled. Cat 2 and 3, and there should be ILS, the ending approach runway 32, perfect. So the incept's at 3,000, set the altitude to turn at 3,000 feet. And hopefully as soon as we hit that top percent mark, we'll be able to start our descent. So our Unicom as well for the arrivals, runway 23, no star, ILS, inbound from the southeast. Perfect. So as soon as we hit the top of the marker in approximately 1 mile, we will start our descent. Some fast mouse scrolling. Never gonna fault the old down mouse there. I absolutely adore this thing. It's the Mad Dogs where you're always scrolling, yes. I do need to find the MD80 at some point. I have got the PayAware one, Leonardo Mad Dog, but I actually need to stream at some points. No 380 released yet, Tandy, so I'm afraid I'm quite difficult to do about the airplane. Hello. Oh, I was going to speak to passengers there. No. Was that just a general message I pointed out? I hope so. Hello, legends. With a quick update from the flight deck. We've just started our descent into Leeds and should be landing in approximately 30 or so minutes. Just a quick heads up again, the weather is still looking pretty windy and Leeds looking at around 20-25 mph winds, so I do expect a few turbulence winds to hit the aircraft on our final approach. However, do be aware that if we do need to go around, so that could add a few minutes of flight time depending on how the winds react to the aircract, but with any luck we should be able to land it first time. But once again, do expect a few winds on the approach. As for the rest of the weather, it is looking to be a nice and cool 3 degrees centigrade with some showers and rains being reported as well, so potentially a few weather issues ahead of us as well. But we'll get closer to the descent, we'll give an update with the approach and we'll give you an update as well as on the ground, so thank you very much. Okay, so I have to end it there. Welcome Taxi by Alpha back on Twitch, how are you guys doing? You're a bit late here to flights, thank you Nicholas, welcome. Is that a plastic bottle? Yes it is, Soda Dan, it is a plastic bottle this time, although when I picked up at Lanzarote at the airports, so this is the bottle I had with me on the flight home. Let's start our descent. Oh, you're on Leeds radar tonight? Ah, okay, good to see you there dude. So that's you on Leeds radar, is it? Yes, Leeds radar, Charlie on tower. It's good coverage still on the approach. Can't complain about that. I can see you've already had one go around at Dublin arrival earlier on, so potentially see if they're going to be still on the active during our approach. Heathrow approach is online. I believe Kai is on tower, or at least he was on tower earlier. Gatwick. But he's better coverage today in the UK. Oh, the holiday's grand, Superfly. Absolutely adored it out there. I'll be back at Tenerife soon, that's for sure. So, Winds are 28026, gusting 39, so they picked up a little bit. Gusting 39, earlier on they're reporting gusting... Oh no, gusting 40, so they have... The winds have calmed down by 1 knot. Great. It's going to be a bumpy old approach to this, but we'll see how it goes. Like I say, if a go-around is required, then it is always an option. We'll try off the manual landing first. As I say, Leeds I do now know is Cat 3 capable for runway 32 side, so if we need to do an auto-land, we can do an auto-land, but I'll give it an approach on the manual side first. The A320 tool for parameters Aussie is not released yet. It's tool being developed by EasyJets in pilots, not yet released. But as soon as it releases, I'll give you more details on how that will work. I'm afraid the answer is nothing yet that you can use. Seatbelts on, send passengers back to their seats. Welcome, Oliver's Basement, how are you doing? An Emirates 777 wasn't able to land in Hamburg because of the storm. After 2 grounds, flew to Oslo. Gosh, that's a diversion. Oslo to, so Hamburg to Oslo. Gosh, not even Copenhagen. That's seconds to... I presume then they would have got another flight back down to Hamburg later, because no, if it was Copenhagen, they could have done on a train. But, no, fair enough. I've not flown to KLM. I've not flown KLM. I've not been Schiphol. My well, I'm afraid the answer is no for both of those. They're on my list, but for me, if I ever go to Amsterdam, it's probably both cheaper and easier to go by Eurostar from London. So, if I go long haul, like if I go to Juliana, Princess Juliana, then of course I'll fly KLM because that's kind of just how you do it. But if I'm ever going to Amsterdam directly, by that point, I'll probably take the train. Geneva from Heathrow? Really? It's flying to Heathrow to Geneva. Gosh. Yeah. I wonder what the furthest diversion ever, like, from a storm-rated thing was. Because I know when I flew from Oslo to Stansted a couple of years ago, that was 2019. It might have been January 2020, but I was in Oslo for a day trip with my mother, and we saw a flight that was going into Stansted. About half of them in Stansted had diverted down to Liverpool because the storm's out there. So I've flown through a few storms. The biggest storm I've been through is approaching to London City Airport. That was a horrible approach. Aircraft was all over the place. In fact, I've uploaded a video onto YouTube the approach into City, and you can actually hear me commenting back like nope, nope. Oh gosh, oh no, no. It's the only time I've ever actually kind of verbally reacted to an aircraft approaching. Quite the flight, that's quite the flight. But no, fair play to the Anatolia pilots back then. They did really get the aircraft down and then some. Right, so get ready for the Leeds radar frequency 13458. Yes, yeah, calling us now. So 134.58. So now one quick message on Unicom, just to say that we're still descending. So coming on us on the frequency. Then tune to that. We also have the tower frequency 120.305, 120.305, so we need to jump the tower as in their frequency. 120.305, perfect. Hello there, Leeds radar. This is KLM 72 Kilo passing through flight level 170 inbound Civboot.
KLM 72 Kilo Leeds radar, hello, recycle your squawk 3101.
Recycle squawk 3101 for KLM 72 Kilo. Right, 3101.
You have
3101, roger, after departure, runway 32, climb straight ahead, altitude
Yes.
4,000 feet, and retain your cabin squawk.
Descent level 4,000 feet, KLM 72 Kilo.
KLM 72 negative, rain, KLM 70 Kilo negative, shuttle level 80 level goals.
Descent level 80 by goals, KLM 70 Kilo. So that's the other frequency there.
After departure, runway 32, climb straight ahead, altitude 4,000 feet.
Yeah, Hebridean Air Services Navigator. Really enjoyed that flight.
Runway 32, straight ahead.
Good old flight, really enjoyed it.
Keeping squawk, approaches 1.
Who's voice down frequency?
4,000 feet, Leeds radar, crushing Leeds Q8, 90902, head to PACX.
I recognise the voice.
4,000 feet, Leeds Q8, 90904 hectopascals, Roger 01.
I recognise the voice.
Oh, hello.
No, fair enough. So I recognise the voice of that one. Obviously not. So it needs to be down to 8,000 by goals. That's not a problem because we can set 8,000 just short bit before then. But then hit 10,000 meters to slow the aircraft down. So a little balance out by the time we get there.
Everyone, you have 23 miles from E32.
That's what I was thinking there, Charlie. He's he's not. Where is he? Oh, I see what's happening now.
Everyone, turn right heading 135, descend altitude 3,000 flight.
Oh yeah, I see what's happening now.
Do you mind repeating our dad position? Sorry.
Everyone, don't worry, turn right now heading 140 degrees, descend altitude 340, present descend altitude 3,000.
Down to 3,000 by 01.
Yeah, this is the joke. This is the FlyLive wire. Boris likes the party delivery. I think that was a frequency for me. Sorry, is that KLM 72 kilo?
KLM 72 kilo, A firm, wind level, speed 220 knots.
Speed 220 knots, wind level, KLM 72 kilo. Right, focus on ATC, Drawyah, focus on ATC, because well, frequency right now. Yeah, that's what the, yeah, that makes sense. I recognise the voice, I'm sure that was Kai on frequency, but I'll try to just find out in Spain. Obviously he's jumps up to Leeds now. And the aircraft's going to slow down now to 250 knots, 10,000 feet. So the speed there will slowly decrease. I want to set the speed manually down to hopefully 220. That'll do. So as long as we're at 8,000 by goals, that's a fast moving aircraft. 8,000 by goals, we should be alright. So 10,000 feet, and then lights set. Cabin crew, 10 minutes landing, 10 minutes. Cabin crew, 10 minutes landing, 10 minutes. So not hit the worst of the storm just yet, but a quick update on the weather.
Everyone, apologies, report your intentions for this approach.
Let's let Nightbot do the magic for us. Hopefully it works. Yes, I'm Chelsea support Aussie Gamer. I'm a Chelsea supports up.
It'll be a...
Apologies, everyone, I thought that was unreadable, second.
What a cool sign. No. Oh, there we go. Nightbot has updates. There we go. So winds are right now 270, 25 knots, gusting 40.
Right now. Roger 01, the approach is going to be hitting on our vertical speed now. Apologies.
Out of the aircraft, yeah.
Leave goals heading 240 degrees.
Leave goals heading 240 for KLM 72 kilo. I hope we can do Champions League again in Dubai sets. I must admit, it'll be a challenge this year because not quite as strong as we were. To be fair, I must admit, last year we won the Champions League, for me personally, I thought it was...
050 degrees by Jose 1.
I wouldn't say it was a mediocre squad, but it wasn't the strongest squad we've had in the last couple of years. So winning Champions League was a miracle for me, in my opinion. I said it's a good squad we've got. I wouldn't change anything for the world, but it's certainly not the strongest squad Chelsea have had in recent years. So fair play to them. In the UK right now, it's 7:42 in the evening. Fear 7:42, 1942. I'm a Boeing person, Salt Shaker. I'm a Boeing person. Ain't Boeing, I ain't going. Right, so as soon as we get to the next waypoint, we need to make a heading for 240, holding 8,000 feet. Land at Leeds, turn the aircraft around, fly back to Amsterdam, and then at the very end of the stream we'll do the replays. So I don't know how to actually, I think X-Plane's alright with replays. If you kind of... I don't know, does X-Plane keep your states when you sort out some replays and all that? I'll have to double check if that's fun.
Approaches everyone, turn a heading 350 degrees, establish localizer to discretion 32.
Heading 240.
250 and clear to establish runway 32. Roger 01.
Go this way around, please, airplane. Go left. X-Plane replays are fine, just keep the engine on. Okay, so yeah, in that case, I'll do the replays at the very end then, because if it's an issue, if it doesn't save state the engines, then that could mess up the cockpit kind of turnaround bit. So we'll leave it as it is. We'll do replays at the very end.
KLM 70 kilo, D10 altitude 5,000 feet, Leeds, QNH 90902 hectopascals.
Sends to 5,000 feet, QNH 902 hectopascals for KLM 70 kilo. That's 902, down to 5,000 feet. So my guess is they're going to try and get the Bojo plane in front of us. And then we'll land in behind. So get told to slow down further, we'll get straight onto that. But for now, 220 knots.
Bojo 01 back, thanks very much.
Bojo 01, no worries, before established localizer 32.
Bojo 01, just established runway 32 now.
Bojo 01, roger, continue approach to the surface wind 270 degrees, 25 knots, gusting 45 knots.
Right, so gusting 45 now.
Bojo 01.
Got 40 minutes expected arrival, so not doing too bad for time at the moment. Hopefully that will stay the case for our landing. No phone 787 Elaine, so I'm afraid I can't really say much about it. A mate of mine has on a short haul flight, which I'm low-key jealous about, but certainly it's an aircraft I want to join in on. Is it just me who kind of wants to divert? Well, if the winds are bad enough, flight fan, we in fact, what is the...
KLM 70 kilo, turn left heading, correction turn right heading 320 degrees, descend altitude 3000.
20. Turn right heading 320 and tends down to 3,000 feet for KLM 72 kilo. Right, so the 737, its limitations. Right, so for turbulent airspeed, no. It's 3-4. Hang on.
Bojo 01, contact Leeds Tower 120 decimal.
There you go, right, so 737, maximum crossing open at 35 knots.
10305.
With the winds at 4-5 right now, we should technically not even be thinking about landing. We're going to do it anyway because we like that, but right now the winds are 10 10 knots over the
KLM 70, Kilo 10 right heading 350 degrees.
limits
Localizer runway 32.
of the aircraft. Turn right heading 350 and cleared to establish KLM 72 Kilo. So she needs to decrease our descent rates. You see we're at a point now where the yoke's starting to really kick into life again, just because the winds are starting to pick up. And reduce speed down to 200 knots and start preparing the aircraft for its approach and landing.
KLM 70 Kilo, reduce your speed 180 knots.
Reducing speed 180 knots, KLM 72 Kilo. We're getting closer to the localizer now. The altitude a bit on the high side, I believe. Sorry, below, a bit too below the glide slope. But it should hopefully catch up by the time we get to the end of the localizer. Flaps 2, flaps 5. There we go, that's starting to come into life again. Calculated crosswind component, it's 34.47 knots. Ah, okay, thank you, Niels. If we're 34.47 knots on the wind crosswind component, we are basically within 0.53 knots of abandoning all hopes of a landing. So, as far as we're concerned, we're good to go. I don't know if anyone else would agree with that, but legally, we're okay. Right, let's do this, shall we? The localizer set. No, just wait for the altitudes to meet in the middle. Let's go down to 160 knots. Let's remind our approach speed today. We set it to 131 knots. 131 knots being the approach speed today. So we'll do the first attempt at landing manually. If we mess up the manual landing, we'll then go to a second attempt on auto land. If we can't auto land it, we're going to Newcastle. First attempt, we shall try by hand. So you can see ahead of us, about 7 miles. We've got the Bojo plane in front of us. That exists.
KLM 70 Kilo, there's no 80 feet speed restriction. Continue approach runway 32. Surface wind 270 degrees, 25 knots, gusting 40 knots.
No speed restrictions, continue approach, KLM 72 Kilo. Auto land is a 25 knot crosswind limitation. Okay, well, in that case, Niels, if we're too high for the auto land, can't do it. I have to do it by hand regardless. This is going to be an interesting one. Because I'm trying to think, what is the windiest approach I've ever done in Flight Sim ever? I think I've been landing at...
KLM 70 Kilo, contact Leeds Tower, 130.305, good luck, bye.
Contacts Leeds Tower on 120.305, KLM 70 Kilo. Thank you very much, and hopefully we'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So, not quite established yet. Just waiting for the altitudes to drop. Now, diamond get a little bit lower. We'll activate the approach mode. That's 10. Activate the approach mode. Down. Hello there, Leeds Tower. KLM 72 Kilo, established runway 32.
KLM 72 Kilo, Leeds Tower, good evening. Surface wind 270 degrees at 25 knots, gusting 40. Continue approach number 3 to number 2 to an 8320 Neo, switching go runway 22.
Number 2 for approach runway 32 due to a touch and go 320 Neo, KLM 70 Kilo, continue approach. Right, so reduced to 131 knots. You can see the aircraft's already really fighting this wind.
Roger 01 going around.
Roger 01, Roger, contact radar 134.580, speak to you.
134.580, see you shortly, thanks very much. Roger 01.
Right, so flap sets 30, gear down 3 green, set the brakes to max today.
KLM 72 kilo, surface winds 270 degrees at 25 knots, gusting 40.
25 costing 40, gosh.
KLM.
Cleared to land runway 32, KLM 72 kilo. Wind shear and you're dead.
Leeds Tower, very good afternoon to you. Well, evening, EC789 Quebec. We request the radio check.
EC789 Quebec, Leeds Tower, good evening, readability fine.
Thank you.
2500.
Right, got about 5 miles to go now. Cabin crew, if you haven't done so already, please take your seats for landing. Cabin crew, if you haven't done so already, please take your seats for landing. I'm just looking at the engine as well. The throttle goes up and down, as the aircraft is constantly adjusting itself for the final bit. I mean, like I say, I flew in on Jet 2 pretty much on this seat actually, kind of back at the engine maybe a few rows before, on row 4 in the 1038, and all you could hear was just the engines going up and down, as it constantly tries to adjust its speed for the approach.
789 Quebec, you are clear to Amsterdam. By the Lamix to Whiskey Departure, runway 32, squawk 4134.
Once again,
Wind shear.
first wind shear, I'm actually going to increase the speed by 5 knots, 1.36. First wind shear warning.
789 Quebec, feedback,
Wind shear.
Second wind shear warning. The problem with going around Flight Fan is that every airport I'm going to fly to will give me wind shear warnings. You look at the departure out of Amsterdam, gave us wind shear warnings as well. Yes, they're to be noted, but on this occasion, not much we can do.
Light slow. Light slow. Light slow.
And then the fields. I wish. Right. Past 1,000. Take off auto throttle. Autopilot disengage, I'm in control.
Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear.
Whew.
Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear. 500. 400.
Yeah, take your guesses for landing rate today.
300.
This could go anywhere.
Light slow. 200.
I'm still kind of doing it.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Come on. Come on, in the touchdown zone. In the touchdown zone. It's going to be a heavy one. Reverse is set.
knots.
80 knots.
That's running the fuel zone.
6 knots reverse is cut. That last second there, if we gained lifts where the wind's kind of got underneath the aircraft, I considered just going around, but I gave it one last chance to see if we can get the aircraft down, and it did. That was the only thing I was hoping for there. Would the nose dip? Would the nose dip? It dipped. That was our last real opportunity to really bring it down. So, not the smoothest landing ever, but I'll take it. Oh yeah, so we'll do the return leg first, Salt Shaker, and then we'll do the replace of both landings. Because again, replay systems mid-flight messes up the cockpit kind of turnaround bits. So we'll do the return flights, and then we'll do
KLM 72 Kilo, welcome to Leeds. Taxi to stand 11 via Alpha.
Taxi stand 11 by Alpha for KLM at 72 Kilo. Stand 11, which is, so we just left Bravo now, so make a right hand turn. Yeah, better than the Los Angeles approach the first time. I mean, this is a simulator, Lee, not real life, so some space around that. I'll take it. Right. APU starts. Then lights off. And also activates the lost transponder, sorry. Standby. No, I'll take that. I'll take that. Wasn't the best landing ever, but given the winds, and given the fact I'm not a real life pilot, I'll happily do whatever I felt was necessary. And getting that nose down was what I needed. Right, stand 10 is occupied by static, so KLM 72 Kilo, just taking stand 10, as 11 has been occupied by static scenery aircraft.
Yeah, thought that might happen, not a problem, thank you.
Alright, 10 it is. I mean, regardless, Patrick's going to take the bus terminal anyway, so I'm not going to change it too much for the airport side of things. Right, bring up to the 10-3 marker, shut the engines down, and then prepare the aircraft for its turnaround. Brake sets. Switch over to the APU. APU bleed sets. Turn off the bleeds, so the packs. Engines off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Leeds. Temperature now at 3 degrees centigrade. Fairly windy, with some potential showers and rain coming in the next couple of minutes. Sadly, a bumpy old approach that, but we got the aircraft down and we landed at approximately 3.5 minutes early ahead of schedule. Once again, thank you for having us today. Cabin crew, list on doors and cross check, please. Right, so I'll go to the passengers, we'll get the ground services to connect. Bus will drive up to the aircraft since we are requiring the bus for the what do you call it? Requiring bus for the guess we'll like it. Bus for the movement to the terminal. So get the ground services, connects the set the chalk, set the GPU, and turn on the ground power units. APU lead off, all APU generators off, APU off. Yep, you got the broom there to clean the aircraft out, very nice. Right, got the front, in fact, I'll do it from the XL aircraft inside, why not? So we've got the front set of stairs connected, so we're going to release the doors. To the
Badges Air 1 with you, 12 DME till touch and go.
Bojo 01, Leeds Tower, hello again. Surface winds 270 degrees at 25 knots, custom 40.
Open the doors.
Runway 32, clear to achieve.
Here comes the bus.
Clear to go, Badges Air 1.
There you go, welcome to Leeds. I like X-Plane's immersion. It's not a bad platform by any means. yeah, off to explore Leeds. Let's jump off the aircraft. Let's head into the beautiful city centre of Leeds. Beautiful, beautiful Leeds. Never been here before. Maybe one day I will, but so far I've never been to Leeds. Right, so ground pattern's fine. Okay, that's rough as well, is important. Yeah, that's all fine. Passengers embarking. They should be off the aeroplane in the next couple of minutes. Right, definitely flight reports. So, KLM 1545, 77700, Amsterdam to Leeds, 56-minute flight time, planned departure 1859, flight 1859, planned arrival 1959, arrived at 1956, 132 passengers, satisfaction 94, landing rate 413, with block time 1 hour and 10 minutes. Overall, pretty positive from passengers. Again, given all things considered with the winds especially, I can't fuss, I can't fuss. Let's send the flight report in chat. What I'm now going to do is turn the aircraft around and prepare ourselves for our return flight. So we're now going to be KLM 90 Bravo. Just going to reconnect to IVAO. So KLM 90 Bravo. I won't call Leeds the home of the Premier League, Tandy. I will not call it the home of the Premier League. Nope, no about scenery today, just Jace. Just a freeware scenery. I got off flights and not. Okay, I keep saying flights not two. A freeware scenery I got off of explain.org. Right, so the ground cruise is done, so we can get rid of the bus now. 5 hour passengers, you enjoy a trip to the terminal. And while that does that, we will start the aircraft preparation for the return flight to Amsterdam. So go back to index. Position, that's fine. Reference airports is Echo Golf and November Mike. Stand 10. Plug it as the origin. Our destination is Amsterdam again, Echo Hotel Alpha Mike. Flight number is going to be KL1546. And our route will be as follows. Right, let us prepare the next set of passengers. So bring the bus into the aircraft again. This will be the new passengers arriving. Hopefully that's how it works. If not, just go without it. Right, start of flights. So swatch you with that. Echo Hotel Alpha Mike 1456. Cruising altitude will be flight level 330, 33,000 feet. Flight time is approximately 20 past 8 departure, so about 15 minutes. God, 15 minutes. Yeah, behind schedule. 2020 arriving at 2031, so it's 1 hour and 11 minutes. So say 1 hour 15 for expected arrival flight time. It's going to be a lot shorter than that because the winds are in our favour. Departure in approximately 14 minutes. Gosh, you're behind. 737-700 with a passenger count of 100. Oh, only 90 passengers on board this flight today. Yeah, to confirm that. PACX 90, so very quiet flight back. No Wi-Fi, no entertainment, no boarding music. I've got a KLM safety briefing. Snacks, yes. Meal service, no. Let's start the boarding. So only 90 passengers on board, so potentially can be quite a quick boarding process today. Right, so route today, starting off with Lamix. From Lamix, we fly Lima 603 to Lamso. And that is our flight plan complete. 2 waypoints, 1 airway. Done. Right, screw the passengers, sort out the meter, and get our clearance to Amsterdam. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. We'll board this KLM flight 1456 from Leeds Bradford to Amsterdam Schiphol. Flight on today, 1 hour and 50 minutes, so those there gets a little bit early thanks to the good tailwinds on our flight today. And should be arriving at approximately 9:15. Thank you for choosing KLM to carry today. We hope you enjoy your flight. Got potentially a few stormy winds on the departure and arrival today, so it's a bit turbulent. That's completely normal. Just park it there as we fly towards our destination. Once again, thank you for choosing KLM, and we hope you enjoy your flight with us today. If you have any questions, feel free to speak to cabin crew on board. What's up with all the I've not seen too many Charlie accusations, just oh, it's really just Lee. I'll keep an eye on the chat there. Right, that's fine. Passenger being introduced. Let's listen to the ATIS. Alright, Echo November, sorry, Echo Golf November Mike.
Winds 270 at 20 knots, gusting to 35 knots.
So the winds have definitely calmed down since our landing.
Temperature is at 3 degrees Celsius. Visibility 10
kilometers.
kilometers. Scattered clouds at 2,400 feet. Dew point -1 degree Celsius. Winds 27.
Cool, and that for us is information.
Ryanair 51 Echo Juliet. Ryanair 51 Echo Juliet.
Information Echo. So departure runway is 32, so I'm expecting it to be the same departure we've got filed. Is departure runway 32 on the Lanix 2 Whiskey departure. We will confirm that first, and then we'll go right. Hello again, Leeds Tower. This is KLM 90 Bravo, standard 10, requesting clearance to Amsterdam. We have information Echo.
KLM 90 Bravo, Leeds Tower, good evening once again. You are cleared to Amsterdam by the Lanix 2 Whiskey departure, runway 32, squawk 3336.
KLM 90 Bravo is cleared to destination Amsterdam, departing runway 32 on the Lanix 2 Whiskey departure, squawking 3336.
KLM 90 Bravo, read back correct.
Right. 333.
Ryanair 51 Echo Juliet, requesting push and start. Ryanair 51 Echo Juliet, push and start is approved. QNH 994 hectopascals.
Confirm routes. Maximum performance. Fuel. Get fuel in the aircraft now, so back to ground services. Set up our. To go back, sorry, it's this one, wait, fuel balance, payload. Right, so payload of this flight is going to be 9.4, and the fuel is 4783, so say 4800. 9.4, 4800. Payload 9.4. So just awaits the return flights. Thank you, cabin crew. We've boarded nice and swiftly. Gets the fuel drop connected. Hopefully it won't take too long to fill the airplane up. Great landing there, 4 stars. I'll accept that. The approach was terrible, but the landing was alright. Okay, I'll accept that. Terrible approach because of the winds, but a decent enough landing.
Copy, push on to November. Thanks very much, Ryanair 51 Echo Juliet.
Back to the SID charts. Pin that. Our initial climb will be flight level 70, 7,000 feet sets on the altitude. Set apart takeoff. So reserves will be 0.12. Cost index is 25. Cruising altitude 330. Transition altitude will be 6,000 feet. Flaps 10 degrees. Centigrade 21.1. Trim 5.25. 115, 118, and VG 126. So 118 sets the IS Mac. trim 5.25. There we have it. Right, so at this point we are now, well, it's not the APU at least. The fuel truck's still here, the fuel truck is still here, so it can't really move until the aircraft's on fueling. We have finished the passengers and cargo now, so ground services, that can all drive away now. Secure the cockpit doors, the cabin doors even. Okay, I can do it from the. I suddenly opened doors, so maybe I can close them. No, I can't. Try not to do it from the menu then. Right, ground services, doors, close. Aircraft fueled, APU starts. In terms of taxiing to the runway, it should be nice and simple for us. Now we're going to push back on to Bravo, potentially then push out to the right here, then taxi to the very end of 3-2. Will we be giving backtrack? I presume yes, we'll do backtrack. It'll be a standard enough departure today at Leeds, standard enough departure. Let me just make sure my Volanta is set up for new flights. And alternative today, if you can't get back to Amsterdam, will be Brussels, Echo Bravo, Bravo, Romeo. Right, APU is stabilising. APU is available, APU bleed set, turn on the left hand fuel pumps, ground power off, ground power we can disconnect. Also remove the chock since we're now on parking brake. We'll turn on the anti-collision lights, let ground credit now ready for engine push and starts.
789 Quebec, ready for push and start.
Easy 789 at Quebec, push and start is approved, 78994 hectopascals.
Push up through 10 to 994 hectopascals, easy 789 at Quebec.
KLM 90 Bravo is ready for push and start.
KLM 90 Bravo, push and start is approved, 78994 hectopascals. This caution is an A320neo pushing behind.
Push and start approved, QNH 994 hectopascals, and will be for caution due to traffic pushing behind. Right, how far behind there? Oh, that's plenty of room. Right, ground services, better pushback, request.
Ground cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
I'm going to stick it on the junction here.
Ground cockpit, tow is driving.
Ooh, this aircraft actually has the setup. So if I go to SAM, is that a SAM node or is it just a normal? I think it is just normal, fair enough. Main window, so if I were to set up the flight, so that would be 86, 90 Bravo. Yeah, that won't affect it, won't it? Oh, fair enough, that's just the other one then. Right, here comes the tug, slowly moving into existence. Yeah, sorry, Alfie, X-Plane 12, no chance that coming into Xbox, I'm afraid. No chance. So the crosswind limit in the 737, on auto land it's 25 knots, AvGeek. On manual landing it's 35. Auto land is 25, manual landing 35.
Okay, all doors
Yeah, that's
and
also
hatches
going
are closed,
not
ready to connect.
Sam. I mean, I like IVAO, Vladimir, but ultimately it's down to what you prefer yourself. For me, quite happy with IVAO, never had a problem with this network. Welcome to Club, how are you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to the chat, how are you today? So about 3 minutes to expected departure. We'll be a little bit late on the way out, but again, the winds should give us a good boost on the rest of the way out. Whoops. Close the doors. Oh yeah, same era, just Jace.
And bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Brake released. Yeah, that's been 12. Very excited for that, Jace. It'll definitely be a day one purchase from me. Absolutely. Starting our pushback. We've been given the permission to start the engines, so we'll make sure we've got some clearance between us and the stand before we start that. Bye bye, Driver Broom. Thank you for your hard work.
Good evening, Badger 01 with you, 11 DME, touch and go.
Engine 2 starts.
Hello, surface winds 270 degrees, 20 knots, custom 35, runway 32, clear touch and go.
Watch the N2, wave that's 18.
Clear touch and go, Badger 01.
Engine 2 starts. Oop, Jet 2 or tail code? Golf Delta 4. Ah, that tail code right there. Ah, shoots. That tail code right there is the same as the Jet 2 model you get on board the aircrafts. There you go. So I believe this is the oldest 737-800 in Jet 2 fleets. I believe that's what it is, yes, something like that. Engine 1 starts. Where's the tug taking us? Yeah, let me just terminate that. Hit park and brake.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Yeah, park and brake set. Just
Disconnecting tow.
disconnect.
Stand by.
I'm not quite sure why the aircraft. I'm not sure why the tug just moved us away from position there, but fair enough. Thank you, ground crew. It'll be a little bit tight now for us to exit, but we'll make that right hand turn without any problems. Ortho scenery should work in an XP11 12. Jace, it should work without any problems. Right. Quick control checks again. Make sure that everything's still active. Elevator's looking good. Aileron's looking good. Rudder is looking good. Spoilers still work. Aircraft mechanically is sound. Load the flaps into 10 degrees.
Rhino 5 1 Echo Juliet requesting taxi. Rhino 5 1 Echo Juliet taxi to Holton Point Delta 1 runway 32 via November and Delta.
Copy, Delta 1 via
Switch over
November
to the
Delta,
engine
Rhino 5 1 Echo
generators,
Juliet.
switch to the leads, set the PACX to auto and APU off. KLM 90 Bravo is ready to taxi.
KLM 90 Bravo, taxi to holding point Delta 1, runway 32 via Alpha and Delta.
Taxi to home points Delta 1 via runway 32 via Delta Alpha for KLM 90 Bravo.
And easy 789 at Quebec, taxi to holding
Brake
point
released.
November 2
Is it
via
going?
Alpha Charlie.
So the Ryanair to our right hand side, they're flying to Bristol. It's only a domestic kind of empty movement that. They're on their way to Bristol right now. And so I'm hoping we'll be able to remember the jet's takeoff brakes. It should be an A320 on short final touch and goes. Behind the Ryanair. Lowest fares and best on time record. Departure. I mean, better pushback's very handy to have, space. So if you've got X-Plane, definitely, definitely worth going for. Yep, so Amsterdam wind's getting worse and worse, Jace, hence the reason we're doing a return flight back to Amsterdam again. The wind's getting stronger, it's going to be more fun to fly into. Certainly no chance of naughty land on your return, the wind will be too bad for it. And things get particularly bad in approach.
789 Quebec, follow the KLM 737 to Delta 1 by November and Delta.
Follow the KLM 737 to Delta 1 via Alpha and
You
Delta.
get any taxi lights today? There'll be a short queue for the runway. My guess, the approaching aircraft. Where's their position? About 4 or 5 miles out. Oh, you're the Ryanair, are you, Future Eclipse? Very nice. Welcome to the Earth Convoy. Like I say, you're doing a domestic to Bristol, aren't you? Again, Bristol, another very windy airport, but has suddenly calmed down in the last couple of hours. Right, hold position. So yeah, we're waiting for the Bojo 1 to I said park brakes and roll backwards. Waiting for Bojo 1 to finish his approach. Then got the Ryanair, done myself, and then easy 789 Quebec.
Ryanair 51 Echo Juliet behind the A320 Neo, touching go runway 32. Backtrack, line up and wait behind.
Copy, after the arriving touch and go AC20, we'll backtrack runway 32 and line up and wait behind Ryanair 51 Echo Juliet.
These aircraft are doing touch and goes. So we'll land and take off again. Right, move up to Delta 1. No, the Bojo livery not quite on metal, I'm afraid, Charlie.
01 contact radar 134.
Yes, I wonder why. I wonder why it doesn't exist.
134580, and do you mind checking your bus companies? One of them did decide to go on the runway when I was landing. Thanks very much, and see you next time, Budget 01.
Yeah, roger, will do.
So there's an issue about Pushback in that it won't properly disconnect the aircraft. All you need to do is terminate it yourself manually, and it should be able to let the aircraft go. But yeah, it's a known problem. I hope it gets fixed soon. You can imagine a modeller's hair with his hair above the cockpit flapping in the breeze. I mean, you can see right now, just kind of looking at the ground, just how the aircraft is slowly shaking in the wind. It's not staying still. Kind of from behind the wing, you actually see the aircraft slowly rocks because of the turbulence on the ground. It is rocking. Why should we pick it up from the ground there? Again, let's have a look at the meter on arrival again. I presume tower or centre still online. Yes, they are. Rains, where is it? Where is Amsterdam? Ah, okay, they're offline. Fair enough. So wind's at Rotterdam, just next door. 29, gusting 4.8. So even at Rotterdam, it's getting quite windy. So I say there's a slight delay due to traffic. About 10 minutes. Right, so we'll wait for the... So right now departs, water taxi to position, and then we'll get going from there. Yes, Avki, closing airport environment HD. What have I look at?
5-1 Echo Juliet, surface winds 270 degrees at 20 knots, gusting 3-5. Runway 32, clear for takeoff.
Thank you again, thank you for the subscription, much appreciated, dude. Much appreciated. I can smell your APU. I must admit, I've missed even just kind of entering a 737, kind of the smell, the feeling of it. I've not flown the last when I flew on Tuesday, the Max. Last time I flew 737 was kind of November 2020. So sorry, November.
Bravo, behind the departing Ryanair 737. Enter the backtrack, line up and wait, runway 32, right Delta 1 behind.
After departing 737, backtrack and line 3 to KLM 790 Bravo. Apologies for the delay. Cabin crew, seats for departure, please. Seats for departure. I've missed the brakes there. I'll do it on the backtrack.
5-1 Echo Juliet, Squawk Charlie, please.
Why that's in? Why not? Next once. Got no issue with IVAO. Quite happy with it. We set the engines to continuous for the sake of the wet weather on departure. So what you're smelling there, Superfly, is called the Boeing. Basically, it's a smell that all aircraft get when you turn on the engines and you get a smell kind of fumes through the air conditioner. That smell is called the Boeing. It's like a perfumey name. Yeah, that's what it's called, the Boeing. It's the fumes you get when starting up the engines. The smell and gets forced through the aircraft's vents. Next month is 10 years since the passenger aircraft got landed. What are you doing with your time? Go on a holiday, dude. Got this farmer. Go on holiday. Short trip somewhere.
5-1 Echo Juliet, report heading to Leeds radar 134.5.
So last time I flew 737 for the trip to Tenerife would have been... February 2019, or February 2020 would have been. February 2020, so it's almost been... Well, it has been 2 years since last flew 737. 2 whole years. 10 years, I could not do that. Got to land this, I could not do that. Because last year I did a fair few flights. In fact, last year I did the most flights I've ever done in my life. Like 25, 26 flights last year. But they're all domestic, and they're all in really, really short hops. So, for example, when I did the flight with Hebridean, that was 3 flights in one day, because they're only like 1 hour long flights between different islands, hopping back to Oban. So, last year I did a lot of flights in terms of numbers, but in terms of distance and flight time, it's actually not that much. Yeah, because you flew, was it Rzeszów to Gdańsk, was it Avgeek? Was it Krakow to Gdańsk, Katowice to Gdańsk? Something to Gdańsk you did. No, last time you went to Tenerife was Monarch. Gosh, that's a throwback. Never flew with Monarch. Never flew with them. Right. Just take a break set. Water resort arms, VNav, LNav. So just yet. KLM 90 Bravo, holding runway 32.
KLM 90 Bravo, surface winds 270 degrees at 20 knots, gusting 35. Runway 32, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 32, KLM 90 Bravo, thank you very much. Right, let's do this, shall we?
And easy 789
1 2 stable.
Behind the departing KLM 737. Fire Delta 1 into the backtrack, line up and wait, runway 32 behind.
80 knots.
80 knots. 100 knots.
V1.
V1. Rotate.
Positive rate.
Gear up.
Gear up.
Bit of a shaky. Rotate that. We're airborne.
400.
400.
KLM 90 Bravo, squawk mode Charlie, please.
Yeah, sorry, squawk mode Charlie.
1000.
And KLM 90 Bravo identified. Contact radar 134.580. Flight flight.
134.580 for KLM 90 Bravo. Thank you very much, take care, and bye bye.
Thank you for visiting.
Right, so spot engage. Switch over to Leeds radar. Hello there, Leeds radar. KLM 90 Bravo passing through 3,500.
KLM 98, expression. KLM 90 Bravo, Leeds radar, hello. Climb now, flight level 190.
Flight level 190 for KLM 90 Bravo. Right, up to 19,000 feet.
Budget 01, contact Leeds Tower 120 days, level 305, right?
What's the 305, Budget 01, thanks so much for service, we'll see you next time, thanks so much, bye bye.
Take care, mate.
That's up. Reset take off brakes.
Right, I'm 5 like a Juliet, further climb Unicom 122, desolate, enjoy.
Continue our climb outs.
Road Unicom 122, desolate, thanks for your service, we'll see you next time, right now, 5 like a Juliet.
The scenery itself ain't looking too bad. Even if default X-plane, looking too bad. But the clouds certainly do play big effects in that. Oh, this is going to be a shaky left-hand turn. You can see the wing flex certainly kicking into play there. Come on, 7-3, you can do it. You can do it. 6,000 feet, send that in with sets. Miss off chromos like that now quickly.
KLM 90 Bravo, route direct Lamex, Lima Alpha Mike India X-ray, climb floor level 200.
Redirect Lamix, level 200 for KLM 90 Bravo. Right, directs to Lamix. Insufficient fuel. I disagree with that aeroplane. Fuel on board, yeah, should have about 2.4 tons of fuel on board the aircraft when we land. About half our fuel tank burned. Plenty of fuel today, aircraft, plenty of fuel. I was just going to set the altitude, reset landing gear to off. 20,000 feet set. Go away. This is the LevelUp A3. This is LevelUp 737 aviation. LevelUp 737. May want to get FSX, but need to install some add-ons. I mean, get what you're suitable, really. Get what you're suitable for, Nintendo. I mean, like I say, I quite like XP11. I think it's a fantastic platform. Microsoft Flight Sim, visually the best. FSX, if you don't have a strong PC, then FSX is an option, certainly worth going for. It's better than having no Flight Sim, that's for sure. Anytime I get a game less laggier, upgrade it, or turn on the graphics settings, really. Or if you can possibly overclock the GPU, but don't do it too powerful. It's a case of, yeah, sets the... Just learn how to overclock. It's worth an option with the GPU. Learn to overclock. 10,000 feet, and lights off. Aircraft continues its climb. Six people died where you are. I believe it's in the UK. It's right now 2 people. Both trees falling onto cars. Certainly, it's been an interesting storm. Not certainly as gusty as it has been. Well, it's not as gusty. On the Isle of Wight, 120 mph winds stay quite strong. In London, it hasn't been the strongest winds ever, but certainly you felt it. You felt it. I don't think LevelUp's updated yet, Carl. There's still version 1.0, at least what I'm flying right now is version 1.0. But certainly updates are on the way with LevelUp, just nothing that we've seen it yet. Next long haul Asgruel, I'm not too sure. I might do something tomorrow. I'll see kind of how time works for me. Also depends if I'm actually going to go out anywhere tomorrow or not. Depends on plans of the Volunteer Railway. We'll see. Potentially tomorrow. I might do a mid haul tomorrow. I won't do a long haul tomorrow. I might do a medium haul tomorrow. Off to Unicom 122 is late for KLM 90 Bravo. Thank you very much, take care and bye bye.
Take care.
Alright, 122800, off to Unicom, and we'll set our altitude to 330 cruising level. Cool. If VNav's not working, Thomas, make sure you set your performance up correctly in the FMS, and also make sure you're not inputting anything onto the yoke. If you push it on the yoke, autopilot won't work because it counteracts it. But yes, check your FMS, make sure you set your performance up correctly, your cruising altitude, your cost index, or your routes. Make sure you've got directs to your next waypoint as well if you don't have one set. A few things it could be, mostly FMS related. Diego, overclocking my GPU on my end, Diego, overclocking the GPU. Have you considered a flight from Singapore to New York? Not at the moment, as for only the aircraft for it, it's probably the A350-1000. If you get that, then maybe. No, Charlie, it's an interesting flight to Leeds. I've always said I'll do it one day, I always do it one day. So, yes, finally took the time, flown to Leeds, and it's been fun. So that's the gusty old approach to that, so we'll be back again for sure. Probably during the next storm. Any pair we're playing just coming for X-Plane at the moment. For X-Plane, I'm not too sure. I must admit, Aviation Zone. It's been a bit quieter on the X-Plane side of things, given that most paywares have kind of already released on the course of time. The big thing we're waiting for now really is X-Plane 12, and that comes out then potentially a few more boosted albums as well. But for now, the next thing we're waiting for is X-Plane 12. So far so good, aircraft's coming out, no problems there so far. Yeah, ground speed 452 knots, yes, we've got 68 knots tailwind at the moment, which should increase as we continue getting closer to Amsterdam, so winds very much on our side at the moment, very much on our side. Top seatbelt sign, I guess. Satisfaction 88%, so we are slightly late departing, so satisfaction will drop. Hopefully with a good approach we'll see it increase. Once again, quick look through the cabin. Any people we recognise? Probably not. You never know. Nope, no one today. Just the standard cabin of our 3 crew and return journey back to Amsterdam. Right, I'm going to pop to the loo 2 seconds. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. I'm going to pop to the loo. BRB. Hello again. Ah, Diego, 13 months. How are you, dude? Hello, Drawyah, another month. Do you think it's worth the clocking a 3080 Ti? Ooh, interesting. A 3080 Ti, I probably would say at the moment, no. If it's the same 3080 like I've got, then yes, I'm overclocking it for the sake of getting those extra few frames in. A 3080 Ti already is pretty much as beefy as you can get for a GPU, so I'd say for now, unless your GPU's limiting you somehow, most likely your CPU's limitation factor your system, you don't need it at the moment. You don't need it. Yes, you are right there, Jace. Calm before the storm. Because the winds that greet us ain't so friendly. It's Amsterdam. You thought Leeds was turbulent. This should be much worse. If you've got 3080 OC, Jace, then no point overclocking the OC, because the OC model's already overclocked. That's the OC stands for. So my old GPU was a 1660 OC. XC. What was it? 1660, I can never remember what it was. EVGA 1660 XC, yeah. So the XC was a kind of overclocked GPU. It made it did me very good actually for a 1080p setup. This was fantastic. In fact, I've got it on my desk somewhere. Where is it? Maybe in the box. I've still got the GPU. This GPU is going nowhere. It's by far the best I've ever had in terms of getting this channel going. Yeah, I think it's in a box. That's really likes that GPU. So earlier on, aircraft. Let me double check the charts that. So earlier on, aircraft were landing at runway 27. So fly. So I've got runway. I'll be flying to runway 27 Amsterdam. Because earlier on the arrival was 27, so I'll stick towards the. And yeah, if you look at the approaches right now, they're all coming into the 27 side. So yeah, landing 27 Amsterdam. Skipper. Which way are these aircraft facing? This is a going round. This is runway 22. Oh no, tell a lie. They're all pushing 22 right now. Let's have a look. Let's have to put it in real life. Because if there's one thing that won't lie to you, let's get our flight radar 24. Looks like that just landed. There you go. This aircraft just landed. They landed on runway 27. This aircraft's departing. This aircraft's departing. This aircraft is landed. 27. So yeah, aircraft landing 27 right now in real life. Therefore, we'll be landing runway 27. Am I an active pilot? No, I'm not. All a hobby for me. All a hobby. I'm not going on my way in 500 knots because we're flying right now at a ground speed of, well, true airspeed is 439 knots, which is Mach 0.75, which is pretty standard for a cruise. But because we've got a 77 knot tailwind, what it's doing is pushing us an extra 77 knots forward. As a result, we've got a really good cruise speed because it's just really good winds at the moment. Our ETA is showing me an arrival time at 23 past. Right now it's currently 47. So we'll be landing within the next 40 minutes or so. But right now it's tailwinds, really strong tailwinds, that's helping with our time at the moment. You had to work in the morning to Schiphol Airport, you sent home by 12 due to the cancellations. To be fair, I'm looking at the station I work at, because I'm on holiday this week on annual leave, so fair enough, I'm not going to deal with most of it. But it looks like most trains are either cancelled or delayed, running a very limited service. Yeah, I'm looking at the train station I work at. In the next hour, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. There are 29 cancellations, 30 cancellations in the next hour. Trains cancelled. That's not good. Is Amsterdam radar on? Oh, is this real life? Is there? Yes, I believe in real life the Amsterdam actually decided to stop taking all approaches in because the winds are that bad. So Amsterdam just cancel everything. Let me quickly get an update on the winds. So it's like a flyby, I can just print it all out. I'll go to all metsats. So EHAN meter. All metsats. So we're looking right now at 250 at 37 knots, gusting 56. It's getting stronger and stronger. 56 knots. This will be interesting. This will be interesting. You could do slightly in the 737-800 Kian. Mid-haul for the 350. Not sure there, to be fair, Kian. Most 350 flights are long haul, so I can't really suggest anything for that, I'm afraid. We're expecting at least one go around. Same here, so, well, hopefully we'll be able to stick our landing, but based on the winds, time will tell. Right, so we'll approach runway 27. So the ILS 27 on the Lamso 2 Alpha approach. Let's keep that. Just check with the plan page, make sure it's all looking normal. Step, 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 step. It's a bit of a tight last turn now, we can always do self-vector. Apart from that, everything else looks pretty good. With 30 or so miles till top of descent. So ILS 27 coming from northwest. Lamso to Alpha. That'll be fine. Right. Welcome James, how are you doing? Welcome to the channel, welcome to chat, how are you today? Yes, I've had to update their 350 V1 first, then V2, so they haven't quite abandoned the old aircraft just yet. And I know Totus an update as well for the screen systems, which is pretty good. So it's not a dead aircraft just yet, not super active, but I haven't killed it just yet. This is the calm before the storm. Very shortly, things get very, very bumpy. So start our top of descent. We'll start our approach, sorry. Top of descent's already set with it. Just missed traffic. Is there traffic near us? I can't see them, but there was apparently an aircraft near us. They're behind us now and descending. Oh, they're actually quite far out, fair enough, a little bit closer than that. Saw a diamond on there, obviously, see, look, no, apparently there is something pretty much on top of our position. Oh no, that is 40 miles, is that 40 miles behind us? About 10 miles out, I'm not too sure, so there's something near us, but TCAS on IVAO, I'm not picking it up. That's send me to reset the altitude now, so insets the altitude runway 27 at where is it gone? Never graph. Right. Pin that. Approach charts runway 27. Approach charts 27. Really? Thank you very much there to James there for the £2.50. Thank you very much. Always appreciate it, dude. Thank you very much. You're a superstar. I've reset the altitude to 10,000. Hang on, sorry, I'm talking about descent there for 2 seconds. Now stop descent. Yeah, thank you very much there, James. You're a superstar. Thank you very much for that. Ah, that's the aircraft on radar. EZ58 Echo Charlie, going to Innsbruck of all places. Manchester to Innsbruck. It just happens to be right behind us. We've got the EasyJet to Amsterdam, and it's got a Lufthansa heading to Hamburg. So if I look at my... where are the approach charts for 27? I hope this aircraft, the airport has some. Start approaching arrivals. It's peculiar, right? Yep, Chartfox. Haven't used this in a little while. It's on Firefox, I think. Forced descents. Amsterdam. So start. Approach charts. No, I know what it's aircraft. No, sorry, I forget. Amsterdam. So normally, what I do is I vector aircraft into the. Yeah, no. So about ATC. Okay, right. Change of plan. What altitude are other aircrafts descending to? So what? Your wings 320. You're just 19. You're on short final. You're on 1,600. You're about to enter the insert. You're about 3,000. About 3. Oh gosh, that's go around as well. About 3,000 will be sent to then 3,000. I have nav graph subscription, Calvin. That's literally what I was looking at right now to realise there's no charts. Chartfox, I was thinking if they had anything up option-wise from the life side of things, but didn't. Have nav graph. No way you're not saying I don't. Nintendo, you live near Leeds Bradford Airport. You've been to Doncaster as well as Leeds. Doncaster's nice little airport. It's love it for the simplicity. Recommend a flight from Doncaster at some point. We can add to the list at some point. Nintendo LevelUp can do. It's going to use drag, is it? Yep. So descent starts a little bit too late. I'll say that actually. I mean, about 40 impacts. Yeah, screw that. We'll go to manual descents. For some reason, aircraft need to be leveled by Sugol, which we don't. We definitely don't. It's a very, very steep rate of descent in this stat. Arrival time, well, according to the ETA, it's about 10 minutes. It's going to happen within the next half hour or so. Next half hour. Very nice, Marco. Do enjoy it. On the seatbelt signs. Send passengers back to their seats. Storm Eunice has died down. Down in the UK, James. Not in Amsterdam, it's not. Refresh the page. Right now it's 37 knots, gusting 56. 37, gusting 56. So starting not calm down in Amsterdam at the moment. In real life, the airport's been shut for an hour. No approaches, no takeoffs because of the storms. If anything, right now the Netherlands, they're getting the worst of it. Getting the worst of the storm. Leeds and heart of it, absolutely. But it's always windy in Leeds, that's just normal up there. Hence, instead of flying to Heathrow, did Leeds today, because Leeds, windier airports, gustier, windier, turbulenter. Yeah, some people reported the electrical issue in the A330neo. I've not had that problem yet. A lot of people have had problems where the systems just die out on you. But for me, my A330-900neo has been absolutely fine in long haul flights I've done with it. It's a very peculiar one for me. So, some weather changes slowly as the flight progresses. That's just sandwich went flying. Gosh, poor things. So just focusing the approach, passing through 15,000 now. Very shortly, I'm expecting the wind to start again. What I will do is, so you're passing through between 10,000 and 7,000 that you go a little bit on the high side, but nothing terrible. What I'm going to do is, before we get towards Amsterdam, about 20 miles out or so, we'll go vectors because we're going to come in at a very tight angle from a 27, so we'll need to kind of adjust our entry position as such. Yes, Swifty, if you get wind shear warnings on final approach, you do go round, yes. That is a real life law of aviation. You hear wind shear and going around. Doesn't matter where you are, how close you are. Max throttle, just get out of there. Not too many bad ones of Ryanair, Oliver. I'm not doing Tenerife now, it's pretty normal, I guess. Reduced to 250 knots. Cabin crew, 10 minutes landing, 10 minutes.
Final descent to Amsterdam. Flight attendants will be passing through the cabin to collect extract one final time.
Right, set a manual heading. 085 will do. Fly parallel to the runway. So we need to intercept TFDi at 2000. 2000 at the altitude. Continuing from there. Reduce our center rate slightly. And we're going to reduce our speeds down to 230 knots. 230. VREF. So, VREF 131 knots, flaps 30. Which are IS sets, so 11.55. Sorry, 11. Yeah, sorry, 11.55. And our course is 266. Yep, it's like a bit windy now, Oliver. The wind's starting to kick to life. That's 1. Go down to 220 knots. You're a channel member key and you can request flights. Otherwise, stick in the airport requested on the Discord channel. And based on the votes, potentially, in the not too distant future. So, fine job aircrafts. Battling these winds. Much stronger than those at Leeds. So that's the fight going on there. There's not a runway at Amsterdam, so runway, look, the airport's in sight. 27, and kind of parallel to us at the moment. I've been to Darlington in real life. Been to Darlington with Logan Air, flying the Embraer 145, 135. Then there once from London and once from Belfast. 2 arrivals, not yet departed from Darlington. Darlington, Tees, York, whatever they call it these days. What was it? Durham, Tees, Teessides, York International Airports. Oof. Some really strong gusts now. Some really strong gusts. Yes, it is possible, Diego, if you can manually use the FSX, the P3D's 64-bit SDK. If you can run it through that, then yes, it's possible. It requires you to manually compile the sceneries, but yes, can be done. 2. Expo Simulator 11. Well, it's certainly rocking like one at the moment. It's all over the place. That's it. Not York. Durham. Durham's, Tees, Teessides, Valley International Airports. Local altimeter is 995. Come on, plane. You can do it. They're brutal winds. You can do it. Oof. That's a gust. And very shortly we'll make a right-hand turn back towards the Tivoli waypoint. And that will start our final approach into the airports. You're cutting a bit fine with the airport there, Superfly. You've gone very, very close. Too close in my opinion, but hey ho, Unicom rules. Right, right-hand turn, heading 175. Water brake sets to max.
2500.
Altimeter set automatically. It should be automatic, so I set it to on the tablet. Obviously not.
Wind shear.
Oh, there you go. First wind shear alerts.
Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear.
Those are always going to come around soon.
Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear.
Is that the published approach really? Oh, okay, I'll have to look into that. To be fair, I've struggled with approach charts for Amsterdam. Both Navgraph and Chartfox had nothing for me. I'll have to try and figure out a new source for Amsterdam.
Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear.
Right, heading 230.
Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear.
Reduced to 131 knots, beyond minimum approach. The aircraft will take a little while to slow down thanks to the winds. It will get there eventually. Come on, 73, you can do it. The alternative is Brussels if you can't make it.
Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear.
Yeah, if you hear wind shear, you have to go around. At this point, Flight Terror, not even final yet. Nowhere near the airports. That's how bad this is kicking us.
Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear.
Bring the hand cam up.
Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear.
20 miles to go. Come on, 73.
Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear.
Come on. An update on the winds right now. It's 73 knots gusting 49.
Airspeed low. Airspeed
Really?
low.
Okay.
Wind shear.
141.
Wind shear. Wind shear.
It's 10.
Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear.
In Poland, a lot everyone through 955 domestic flights are diverted to 2 different countries due to wind. Budapest. Gosh.
Wind shear.
Ooh. Get down. See, I'm trying to leave the gear to the last minute because it's just going to turn the aircraft into a blimmin'. It's not quite know what's doing with speed there.
Gear down. 3 greens.
Should be 1600. Come on, yeah. 160 knots. Come on, aeroplane. Fight for it. Fight for it. Come on. Come on. If we need Brussels, Brussels is still an option. We'll give it until we get established. If we can't establish until the localizer, we're going Brussels. Because this aircraft is not liking it at the moment. And yes, all times have to be hard for a few minutes. We can find a holding pattern somewhere and wait for it to calm down. But, if you think this is bad, you have to have Amsterdam mode. Gusting 62, gosh. I mean, these winds are... I don't know why this storm is so bad. Why max auto brake? To get the aircraft down, pretty much. I would not like to be on an airplane in Amsterdam at the moment, that's for sure. I thought Leeds was bad. This is terrible. Alright, localizer set. Yeah, the way that Microsoft Flight Sim X-Plane do its winds and dynamics, very, very different. In Microsoft Flight Sim, I can imagine this is quite smooth sailing. An X-Plane really emphasises the winds to an extent. Flaps 30 for landing. Cabin crew, if you're not already so, strap yourselves in for landing, please. Yeah, Blade Emma theory really giving this plane a kicking. About 5 miles away from it, the glide slope. Yes, I have got XP power load. I have got XP installed. My extended at Rotterdam. So to Rotterdam, the winds aren't so bad. Not great, but certainly not as bad as this at the moment. But like I say, go around. Still very much the cards at the moment. If things still... like gusts like that, gusts like this, if they're still kicking at about 1,000 feet, we're going around regardless. And then we'll have a decision to make. Do we hold, or do we divert to Brussels? Need to get back at Leeds. Alright, use the full 50 knot limit of the speed there. See right now that this aircraft's those parts off. Ways and sights. Wouldn't mind diverting to the Caribbean, that's for sure. Just the trim as required. Yeah, we're too high at this point. We're only doing ground speed of 116 knots. Oof. No, I don't think we can recover this. Alright, we're going around.
Gear up.
Alright, gonna climb to 6,000 feet. Runway heading. Yeah, getting a bit fast down the speed. Hang on, spoilers out. Slow this thing down. Not paying attention to the speed there, Drawyah. It's a slap on the wrist. Right, so throttle. to maintain. Right, so let me have a look at the forecast for winds at Amsterdam. If they look like they're going to reduce at all in the next bit, and Echo Golf Bravo meet up. So comparing to the winds, no, not you, on all Metsats, right. So in comparison, so it's still 22 knots gusting 36 at Brussels. Not quite 49 knots gusting, that's just ridiculous. 36, but 22 knots standing, that's more appropriate, I guess. What's my opinion what just happened? Well, so aircraft's coming in, well, aircraft was too high, so I went for the go around at that point, or misapproached at that point because I just couldn't recover it. And then I took my eye off the speed there, and so as a result the aircraft decided to, well, the aircrafts went too fast, so overspeed on my part. Fair enough, in reality you have two pilots in the cockpit, so one of them would have got that out, but certainly work on quite a few things at once. Right, we'll do one more approach to Amsterdam. So heading north. We'll do one more approach to Amsterdam. If we don't do it this time, we're then going to divert to Brussels. We'll try it once more and see where we can get with that. So back down to 3,000. Let the speed descend at a rate of only about 500 feet per minute at this point. Just needs to keep it 250 for a little bit longer. So we'll do one more approach into Amsterdam. If we can't take it this time, we're going to Brussels. That's our decision today. This is default weather. This is default explains weather. Quite the effects there, I must admit. So announce that we are going around. Okay, so let's do it properly. Hello again, ladies and gentlemen, quick update from the flight deck. We've decided to go around at Amsterdam due to the wind starting to kick up a bit. We'll try one more attempt at Amsterdam, see if we can get ourselves down and in second time, but if we can't make it second time, then just be aware that Brussels may be an alternative for our approach today. But we'll be slightly late arriving into Amsterdam on our second attempt. That was due to a missed approach. The winds were just kicking up too much, we lost the altitude and therefore we needed to think of a backup plan. So we're going to try again to Amsterdam. We'll give you an update on the approach, but be aware if we don't make it into Amsterdam, then Brussels will be our alternative today. Thank you. To be fair, I'm not really delayed at all. We've still got 20 minutes expected arrival, but we'll announce the go around anyway, so it'll be a very short go around delay. Let's see our heading, was it to... I can't remember our heading, was it 085 was it? 085. Distance searching, so Hamburg's too far, Luxembourg's a bit too far, Dusseldorf and Brussels, also Dusseldorf. Also, yeah, so yeah, if we went into Germany, there are no winds report. Well, the storm haven't quite reached Germany yet, so we've got plenty of time to get into Germany. Brussels is certainly going to be our first choice of this one. If there's a Microsoft Flight Sim, I'd land that no problem, because Microsoft Flight Sim, it's winds and certainly it's gusts. I don't know if that's a thing, but the next plane, oh boy, you feel it, you feel it twice. You can even see our approach on the old Volanta there. Well, should have been a nice simple straight line approach. We've been blown left and right by the winds. It was just really, really knocking the aircraft about. So, attempt number 2. If you can't do it, we're going to Brussels. Might have something to do with the LevelUp flight model and say it's not as realistic as IVAO's. Potentially my flight model will play a part in this as well. Don't know that for a minute. But we shall see. To be fair, I always leave criticism in the chat. I don't expect everyone to be super happy with what I do, but no, I don't mind criticism too much. Thank you there to Jamie for another 449. Thank you very much, dude. Much appreciated. You're a superstar today. Thank you very, very much. Keep up, Drawyah. Love the children's streams. Thank you very much, dude. You are a superstar. Thank you very, very much again for that. You are a superstar. I'm glad the tutorials as well. Very handy for you. Right, so once again, we're going to head up to the coast, the right hand turn, intercept the glide slope, and bring it in for attempt number 2. We will hand fly, well, we'll certainly hand fly the approach, that's for sure. What I want to do is get the aircraft on autopilot to at least establish onto the localizer. With that, it'll have trimmed itself and got itself onto a descent as well, which I can then follow through with. But we'll see how it goes. If you really need somewhere as a last resort, back to Stansted as an option. I mean, if you guys have explained yourselves, try and approach into Amsterdam with live weather. This, you feel it, you feel it. And Air France just diverted to Hamburg from Hamburg to Hanover. Just going around at Hanover, gosh. I wonder how many fuel warnings we'll have today for the diversion grounds, which is a storm. Let's turn right, heading 175, nope, 180. Thank you, Sid, for coming sponsor. Welcome to, well, a year of business class. Quickly approach, dude, thank you very much. 1 year of business class, I dude. God, it's been that long already. Come on, plane. Come on. Just nice and steady. See the wing flex in this. You can see the wings are pretty much at breaking points. Thank you very much to Unigame for the 100 rupees there. Thank you very much. Don't like the wind, but I enjoy flying. Love from India. Thank you very much, dude. Thank you very, very much. You're a superstar. Thank you for the 100 rupees there. Reduce down to max before we do that. Right, heading 200 and reduce speeds down to 220 knots. Yeah, not on the ocean side, I'm afraid, Charlie. Not today. If you think this side's bad, the other side would send us into the side of the terminal. The winds are not forgiving today. Winds are not forgiving. Right now, this right hand turn heading 200. The aircraft's just unable to do it. That's one. Thank you very much to Just Jace for the £5. Thanks to him, dude. No problem. Thank you very much for the donation. You're a superstar. Come on, little 7-3. In fact, I'm flying a 77-700 compared to some of the bigger aircraft. It makes it even worse. You really feel the winds in smaller airplanes. And 700 being the smallest again, smallest commonly flown aircraft around Europe, apart from, of course, the Embraers and CRJs. If it isn't a CRJ, we'd have no hope. That's for sure. 737-700. Really on its limits right now. So yeah, if this doesn't work, we're going to Brussels. It would be fun to Q400. Q400 Lewis would be upside down and was no longer in the air, if that was the case. Right, the yellow guides are on. Wait for the intercepts. Munich was okay without issues. In real life, the aircraft's not allowed to enter violent weather violent winds. You challenge a harsh landing, wish you a good landing. Oh yes. Come on, plane. Come on. Into 146. Follow the flaps as you continue this descent. Quick update on the weather. Still 37 gusting 4.9.
2500.
Yeah, we're hitting those bank angles now. Push mode active. Dual channel autopilots. We may give it a go. Get down. That's 10.
Gears down, 3 greens.
Let's engage. Take it by hand. It's down to landing, 30 degrees. In sight. I think better for altitude this time. He's just having a twin on top. Oh boy. Come on, plane. Come on. Losing the glide slope now. And one more violent patrol like that, and we'll go around. Good luck. Oh, the wind should be so bad tomorrow, Klopp, but good luck. Runway 27 right now, Jamie. Runway 27. Stable enough for now, no need to go around just yet, but that's at 1,000 feet, which is where things get really crucial now. Come on, plane. See that right now we're kind of losing it, but we're not. No, we're going to Brussels. Sorry guys. Not worth it.
Gear up.
Not worth it. We're going to Brussels. Thousand feet, climb level, vertical speed, 50 knots, hold. Alright, let's sort this out. Set heading, 180. Right, let's sort out this trip to Brussels. So I should have had an alternative flight plan set, but I don't. Right, let's sort this out. So, index, position, nope. Okay, go on then, do it the way. So, Echo, Bravo, Bravo, Romeo. Just point in the direction of Brussels first. And we'll take it from there. So back to LNAV. Go to Brussels. Brussels is better. So right now at Amsterdam it's 37 knots gusting 49. At Brussels it's gusting 30. 20 knots gusting 30. So winds are about 20 knots lighter at Brussels and well within the 737's limitations. So Brussels is better, much better. Because the storm has not yet reached there. So fuel. Should be alright for fuel, not great amounts on board, but go to the progress. We should have about a ton of fuel left in the aircraft, so we will need to potentially do a fuel warning for the we'll see, yeah. Likewise, we can always change midway if we need to, but Brussels is a much nicer option. So we'll continue our climb out. It's another 80 miles away, so not too far for a destination. Can we get buses for passengers, but should be alright. So let's change that to Echo Bravo. That's the overlay now adjusted. Hello again, just been a quick update from the flight deck. I can only apologise, but we are now going to Brussels. The weather just too strong at Amsterdam to land there, and unfortunately, with the storm getting worse, our chance of landing is getting slimmer and slimmer. So unfortunately, we have had to make the decision to fly to Brussels instead, where KLM will sort out an alternative mode of transport to get you back to Amsterdam. Once again, we can only apologise for the delay and the destination change, but the weather right now is just too far gone for us to continue approach into Amsterdam. We'll get up to you with an update as soon as we know more. Thank you very much. Right, so this is going to be a diversion due to weather. Satisfaction going to drop now. Satisfaction's not happy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Paris, further away. Today a Turkish 77 tempted 2 times to Amsterdam, then went to Frankfurt. Yeah, so you are right. We've got very little fuel remaining on our approach into Brussels. We've only really got one opportunity. British Dreamliner diverted from Heathrow to Geneva, and up in was going from Heathrow to Geneva, and up in Zurich. The problem is, fuel is now really a big factor for us. We've got about, if we land at Brussels, we'll have 800 kilos of fuel left. That might be enough for one single go around, but our choices are now quite limited. Eindhoven. How far out is Eindhoven? Let me check the Echo Hotel. Echo Hotel. Have the meter at Eindhoven. So Eindhoven is 25 gusting 36. Now the winds at Brussels are much lighter, about 6 knots lighter. See, that's 36, that's outside the 737's landing capabilities. Brussels at 30 knots, the limit of 737 is 35 knots. 30 is within our limit, so I think Brussels, for the sake of weather, is the best choice. Hi, Amsterdam. We tried, but we're just going to get back to you in the end. A few BAs landed at Stansted today. Yeah, aircraft... tomorrow, or at least tonight, when the winds have calmed down, there's going to be so many repositioning flights. Half the airplanes in Europe will be going to random airports because they're just in the wrong places. I'm flying tomorrow morning, back to Brisbane. Yeah, tomorrow morning there'll be a lot of flights cancelled just because the fact the aircraft they're trying to fly is in the wrong place, in the wrong airport, in the wrong country. So we'll see how things kind of go from there. Check the winds at Dusseldorf. So at Dusseldorf, uh, 240 at 29 knots. So not gusting winds, but it's too far out for me. Too far out. Yeah, we're going to stick with Brussels, our destination. So yeah, not gusting, but 29 knots being the winds there. About 10 minutes ago, BA320 landed at Heathrow from Stansted. So they've already started repositioning flights. Let's see. Yeah, just in case they get aircraft from their wrong airports to their correct locations, ready for tomorrow morning's flights out. No, that's 20 gusting 30 at Brussels. Should be a lot nicer, a lot better for us. So that are ILS frequencies. So we need to. Well, I can just set it up quickly. So performance. Nope. Positioning. So yeah, I don't know how you set the how do you set the airports on the 737? Because as far as the aircraft's concerned, still going to try and approach into destination. Ah, routes, there you go. Echo, Bravo, Bravo, Romeo, Brussels. Execute that, approach Brussels. Right, so runway we're going to land at, grab the charts up for Brussels. Watch this be the only aircraft going around, but it's not that bad the weather. There's Brussels, we need to upsend soon. Close that, close that, close that. Right, where's our position? We are... Oh, connect, thank you. EBBR. Brussels Airport. Approach runway 25. Go 25 left. So... ILS Zulu. 25 left. Execute that, we'll vector it for the approach. Let's be at 2000. Superfly just made it into Amsterdam. So did you go around yourself first, Superfly? Did you ever go around yourself? Interesting. Alright, set up our approach. So, 110.35, 1035, and course 249. 249er, 249er. How's that so far, Fidel? It's been great. Absolutely great. Yeah, one go around. If you didn't go around, you'd have to use the fuel, so you're lucky. Fair play. Hmm, 0.7. Fuel's going to be very, very tight on this. Very, very tight. Fuel left, not much. The winds are starting again. Come on, plane. The problem we've got is if we don't land at Brussels now, we really don't have any... We can try one more go around, but really we're at a point now where we cannot go around. This is a lot of stream people wanted. Yep, yeah. 2 flights on one leg, 3 at the airport destinations. One of them we weren't planning to go to, but here we are. Right, so we've now crossed the border into Belgium. So yeah, 2 attempts at Amsterdam. I mean, see, the second attempt was a lot straighter. It just went so wrong last minute. Had to go around and just try elsewhere. So, Brussels it is. Still gusting, but not as bad. And we're about 25 miles to intercept the glide slope. I should squawk 7700. I must admit, I don't know the IVAO rules around squawking 7700, so I won't for the sake of because I 75. Is 75 the hijacking one? That's the automatic ban. Let's 4 go around some streamers at Amsterdam today. Don't blame them. How many diversions today though? That's the other big question. How many diversions? Come on. Come on, 7-3. You can see right now, 6,000 feet, it's not stable, but the aircraft certainly isn't quite being blown around as it was at Amsterdam. This isn't perfect conditions, but they're so much better than what we were doing earlier on, flaps 2. On IVAO, you can't squawk 7576. 77's fine. Okay, in that case. 7700. That's our fuel warning. $618 diversions today, Amsterdam. Gosh, 618. Dublin round 2 of the fuel. We don't talk about Dublin, Dan. We do not talk about Dublin on this channel. That was another... Well, that wasn't even caused by the weather. That was just down to the fact that there were something like 500 arrivals at Dublin all at one time. So we were stuck in a holding loop for about 3 hours and then just ran out of fuel in the end. That was a stream to remember. Alright, the winds are starting to kick up now. Again, not nearly as severe as what we're flying through in Amsterdam. I think that was one of the very first streams he flew along with. Yeah, I can get you the Dublin stream. I mean, Dublin to Gatwick is about 40 minutes. This stream lasted for... thank you there. Hang on. Wait for it to pop up. Thank you, Jamie. Welcome to business class. Thank you very much. Welcome on boards. You can enter the aircrafts. Boards to your left. You're in business class. Sit back, relax, enjoy your flight, dude. Thank you very much. You're a superstar. Yeah, so 40-minute flights from Gatwick to Dublin end up becoming a 3-hour and 8-minute long stream because of how long we were holding for. Mental. Alright, reducing speed further. 180 knots. It's the only time we ever ran out of fuel and had an engine... Actually, tell a lie, we had one other stream when the engine cut off. That was in a Cessna. That was the only time we had a flight where the engine's cut off due to the poor weather. Still landed in Dublin.
Aircraft appears to not have any steerable gears.
Thank you, Pushback. Don't know why I need Pushback this altitude, but we've got Pushback. Right, stick at our approach speed for... So 30 flaps, 128. We'll add 10 to that, so 138 to be our approach speed today. Just go down to my approach speed now because the aircraft takes so long to slow down anyway. Yep, still in the air, big up. I'm not even landing at Amsterdam anymore. We're about to approach into Brussels. The KLM flight Amsterdam to Hamburg has diverted back to Amsterdam. I should just book a flight ticket so I could book a flight ticket today. Anywhere domestic. Not sure about inch monitor size, Diego. Ultimately, it's down to your resolution, your DPI, I guess. That's 15. .700 kilos of fuel left on the aircraft at touchdown. It's going to be very, very tight. I'm flying for 1 minute and 24. There's a hurricane in Hamburg. Get down. Oh, a hurricane in Hamburg.
Gear down, 3 greens.
Right, 30 flaps approach. One every 3 flights in Amsterdam, currently going around. So by the time we make this right hand turn onto the approach path into Brussels, the winds, yes they're gusting, as it will be, or just a headwind. The localizer sets. Yeah, the winds at Brussels should be a lot more in our favour. Like the headwind, not really change direction too much. Gusting, of course, but better positioning, runways in sight. So we've got low fuel on the tanks now. Really hitting the limits there. Much more stable now, much more stable. About 4 miles, we will intercept the glide slope. One final weather update at Brussels. 20 knots, gusting 30 still. At Amsterdam, it's 34, gusting 54. So even the gusting here at Brussels is not as bad as the kind of natural wind at Amsterdam right now. Yep, checking fuel there, winds up. We are really low fuel. Where's our fuel? We're running out because we've 2 go-arounds at Amsterdam, high throttle usage for the sake of keeping the aircraft steady. We've burned more fuel than we needed to right now, and this is our final attempt. I don't know they're not parallel after, and I know they got 2 runways, 2 fires. They realised they weren't parallel. I'm guessing then they're the same kind of course, but though they're angled slightly off. How many planes have crashed today? None that I know of, Adam. Right, approach mode set. Right, we're establishing the glide slope. We're going to dual channel this certain. Brussels is. There's no not Cat 3 capable. Oh, it is. Do we just leave it auto land? We'll see how the approach goes, but the airport is Cat 3 capable. We can just auto land it if we are determined to stick it down. Cabin crew, please take your seats for landing. Shortly be arriving in Brussels. Got to remember with the autoland Bigger J, that's got a limit of 25 knots. If the winds are still above 25 knots on the short final, we have to manual land regardless. On 737, your manual land limit is 35 knots. Autoland is 25 knots. Rating on PACX, 45%. They're not happy because we're so far gone, basically. Right. The auto throttle now.
1,000.
Once there's low fuel, diversions, Igor. Diversions and bad weather. Alright, autopilot disengage. I've got to take control now because it's too heavy for the auto land. Far more stable. So my BRF's 130, 128 knots. Sorry, plenty of insurance in the way of speed.
400. 300. 200. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Phew, reverse is set. $100 knots.
80 knots.
80 knots. This is cut. Well, we made it. We had a light gust of wind there which pushed the aircraft down. Didn't burst any tyres. We'll check the G-forces on that in a minute. That was a hard landing, yes, gear inspection is required. But at the very end there, don't tell me I can't now turn the nose wheel. Actually failed the nose gear, hang on. Systems, landing gear. It's all green, all working fine. It's just the nose wheel's not steering anymore. Okay, what directional throttle it is. I have to use a throttles taxi today. The nose is not broken, it's just not steering, pretty much. Oh well, it is what it is. We've landed. That's kind of the main focus of this landing, this flight right now. We landed with our fuel really, really low. Alright, taxing on the throttles, that's annoying. Tell you what. Ah, maybe that's why the landing gear didn't work, because they twisted 180. Did the landing gear just twist 180 degrees around? Or did the landing gear lower the wrong way around? The answer is maybe. There's a nose wheel setting. Oh yeah, I'm aware of that one. It should be set correctly already. Customized display system, not system. Hardware, sorry, hardware. So it's a roll, it's not do much. Nope, the nose wheel just don't steer anymore. What I'm going to do, get off the grass. First I need to quickly edit the fuel there, because in reality that sim tank is empty. So sounds gone. Like, right, stop the position, hold position, hold position, hold position. Right. Where is it? Better push back.
Pushback failure. No suitable tug for your aircraft.
No tug? You mean you can't get the tug to move us to the aircraft?
Pushback failure. No suitable tug for your aircraft.
Fair enough. Yeah, with GSX you could let's carry on. Nose gear, hydraulics. Do the in-aircraft failures. Hydraulics, all okay. Electrics, all okay. Systems, don't even do anything. Pressurization, all okay. So as far as I'm concerned, the aircraft's okay. Well, the nozzle steering also twisting on its own. So look, hands off. The nozzle, I think it's just bugged. Yeah, that nozzle's bugged. See look, hands off. It's just twisting on its own accord. The airplane's broken. It's not me. Fair enough. We'll have to call it there, I guess. Okay, screw it. We'll do it the cheating way. Right. Here's the ground at Brussels. We're just going to go cross the runway, cut on the inside, and just find a stand that's suitable. Oh, the steering was fine for me earlier on. Only on landing did the steering mess up, but on takeoff and landing at Leeds it was all okay. It's just that even right now it's still twisting on its own accord. That nose wheel is not being controlled by me at the moment. Strange thing. No, I see you then, NetBot. I'm just busy focusing on the aircraft not working. You don't need to know if you don't need to. Yeah, nose doing 360s. People say today wanting a taxi to the train station, you aware that trains are cancelled, like, oh. I mean, let's say, in the last hour, about 30 trains have been cancelled at the station I work at. 30 of them. Right, wait for the APU bleed to... Wait for the APU to stabilise. Ah, not butter. Hello there. $1.99. Sup, happy. Hello there. Welcome. Let's see, you don't need to donate to get my attention, dude. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Right, AP stabilising. As soon as that's on, cut the engines, and then we'll just disembark our very unhappy passengers. What a flight. What a flight. So on the Volanta, how do you mark a diversion? I don't know, we'll get in a second, right. Switch the bleeds. Engines off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Brussels. Once again, we apologise for the diversion. Unfortunately, the winds got bad enough that we had to divert in the end to Brussels. Once again, we'll disembark the airplane and then we'll get you into terminal and we'll work out the alternative arrangements for getting you back to Amsterdam shortly. Once again, I apologise for the delay. Unfortunately, the winds at Amsterdam were just too bad for us to land the aircraft out safely. At the end of the day, passenger safety is our priority over landing. So, unfortunately, that is that. So, we'll get you onto the terminal. We really apologise, and we thank you for flying with us today. Cabin crew, just on doors and cross-check, please. Once again, we apologise for the diversion. once again, we apologise for the diversion. Unfortunately, the winds got bad enough that we had to divert. Right. Brussels. Once again. That comes off. That goes steady. Passengers should be disembarking. Yes, they are. Not very happily disembarking. Gosh, annoyed and nervous, annoyed and nervous, annoyed and nervous. Annoyed. Not very nervous, that other one, Rolf. Well, what can you say? Right, end of flight after report. So KL1546, 737-700. So an hour and 34 minutes in total to get us here in the end. Plan departure 2029, actually departed 31, plan hour 54, we landed 2206. 90 passengers, unsatisfied. Hefty landing, a block time of 1 hour 56. What's our actual landing rates? Well, I'll say landing rates. Also on the G. So I'll drop the flight report in chat to look at more detail. In the end, so we had to divert, which is not what we wanted. Didn't actually take into account the diversion hacks. Not good in the minutes. Well, here's the flight report. Okay, do it from the menu here then, right. Records, view. Yeah, so diversion due to weather. So it does take into account the diversion, just not so much reported on the itinerary in the end. So I want to look at Volanta. I don't think Volanta properly reported diversion as well. So I'll speak to the guys at Volanta and ask them, hey, how does it work? I feel like it's not done it properly. I think there should be one more tag up on there, which then talks about the diversion instead. We'll see, I'll ask. Right, so I guess all that's left now is replay time. So we'll start off the replay at Leeds. God knows how far back I have to figure out the time for this one. Pretty bad at Amsterdam, flight fan. Definitely not worth landing there. Hold on, I hope this doesn't crash on me. It should have said diversion detected. It did not. It did not. Let me ask. Right. Right. I had a flight diverted from Amsterdam to Brussels due to the winds. It did not ask me if I was diverting any way to set this after finishing flight. Right, let's find the short final. So here we go. This is approaching. Where's the runway? I presume it's just still loading in the runway. Yeah, this is approaching Leeds. We'll have a look at some of the Amsterdam. Okay, certainly as I say, the thing that we noticed on this approach was the flaps. You can see the flaps really fighting the winds at the moment on this approach. The Leeds was not a very stable, one. Short final, again a little bit shaken on the approach there, but nothing too out, I guess. Thank you there, Jamie, for the £4.49 again. That's landing at yeah, you guys said 414 was hard. 30 quick group flight members one day. Would be brilliant. Only we could. I could say do a members only group flight at some point. If some of the members are interested in, then yeah, a members only group flight, I'd be down for absolutely. I'll suggest something on Discord. I'll grab all the members together and I'll try and suggest something on Discord then. Right, short final from the left hand side. So on the left hand side of Leeds, you've got the hill, which is cellular tower of the airport in this short bit. So there's late gusts that you really need to fight for. As to land Brussels, it was 2.38 Gs, yeah, so 814.238 Gs. Passengers would have felt that landing, passengers would have felt it. Quick external view of the landing. Let's see, the aircraft are already taking a battering in this approach. And that's where I kind of... See, we weren't quite at the touchdown markers yet, so we went in for a second chance. But we definitely had that lift there last minute where the winds kind of got underneath the aircraft. Pushed us up. Go to the original part stream where I said that, the winds pushed us up again. Because at that moment, the winds gave us a battering and it forced us back into the air again. If we now jump over to Amsterdam. Discord's in the description now, Jamie, or in the description. And don't forget to link your YouTube channel to it as well. That way, this will automatically add you to the membership thing as well. For those wondering, Amsterdam's getting worse. 35 knots gusting 53. The winds are picking up again at Amsterdam. So if we didn't do it this time, we would have struggled even more right now. Oh yeah, no, most of the flight streamers had smooth flights today. That's why I didn't stream flights in Raven, so I chose X-Plane today over Flight Sim, because X-Plane, hey, it rates it by quite a bit, but you do really feel the winds in this one. Good luck, Lewis. The landing. Oh, I think actually on PACX then, I should have a new achievement. Okay, we've had one incident. There should also be an achievement for so where's the achievements that go around as well? I can't remember if there's PACX or somewhere else. There's Volanta had like a diversion achievement, sorry, diversion. Here we go. This is approaching. This is the first approach, I believe, into Amsterdam. Yes. You can actually see just kind of how the aircraft are kind of trying to descend, but the winds keep pushing the aircraft around. It's just such an unstable platform. It gets pushed to like 90 degrees left and right. So yeah, this approach was no chance. Taking a proper look at this. Look at this. Look. What are we doing right now? We're banking at least 45 degrees. You're looking at the floor, you're looking at the sky. There is no way we're going to land this. No way. Where's the airport at this point? The airport is... It looks like the airport's that far gone. Sure, wing panel's doing that. It's okay. Yeah, we actually change. So yeah, we changed direction. There you go. Right, boom. It's one gust of wind, immediately followed by a second, even stronger gust of wind. Looks like we've now turned direction completely. I think we've given up at this point. Oh, it's on the web eye. Shoot, it's against from IVAO. Sorry. Right, well now we're off web eye. Whoops, daisy. Here you go, this is the second attempt. Oops, a daisy. Okay, at this point the aircraft's just... as it gets quite violent there or something. So yeah, it's trying to keep it steady, but it just keeps forcing it over. Did I swear? What did I say? I didn't realise I swore there. Whoops. Yeah, this one again, just no control of the aircraft. Strong gusts of winds. Still don't even know where the airport is. Over there somewhere. Yeah, we got closer, but ultimately just wasn't worth it. And then to Brussels, where things got a little bit nicer. Welcome, Dan. How are you doing? I said shoots. Don't worry. I don't. I'm too PG to say anything wrong. Only once I've ever let something slip on this channel, I think. Here we go. Now coming to Brussels, where we do successfully. Well, I say successfully land it. It's yeah. It's certainly one to catch down on. Take care, Cithra. Have a good night, dude. Come on, explain. Load the replay. We'll have to do ATC streams. So I'll do ATC, dude. Then yes, I will do ATC streams. Until then, though. Maybe this is not really. Right, here we go. Short final into... Return to destination, Brussels. So we're going to make use of Newcastle, you know, Brussels was a requirement. So as an approach, this should be a lot more stable. Not perfect, of course, but certainly a lot more stable on the approach. go. Let's do on the control one day. Starts in the we need a little while to have training and hours to put yourself up to there, dude. Here we go. So very short final, that's where I kind of lose it. And poof, bounce and the impact. But we landed. So give them the right hand side. And bang. And then finally for external view. Short final. Bang and bang. And there we go. That's our flight into Brussels. Should have been Amsterdam. It wasn't Amsterdam in the end. Had to go for plan B. So yeah. Hope you enjoyed the stream. If you did, do like, do subscribe if you haven't done so already. Thank you very much for the donations today. You guys have been fantastic. Yeah, sort yourself on Discord, Jamie, and also go to your account and make sure you link your YouTube to it. That way your membership gets correctly shown. Yeah, you guys have been fantastic today. Cannot fault you one bit. So I'm now going to... you walk away from it anyway, it's a good job, yes. You walk away from it. Any landing you walk away from is a good landing. So, yeah, that is that. Thank you for watching. If you enjoy your weekend, guys, it's now, what, 10 PM? I think we'll be finishing this late on the stream, but hey-ho, managed to make it 4 hours today, gosh. Take care of yourselves, have a good one, and I'll see you soon on the weekend for some more flights, I should say. Next time, tomorrow, try and do like a medium haul kind of flights. Not long haul, I think this pretty much counts as a long haul for today. See, the nose gear's alright, but it just kind of twists. Look, the nose gear's facing... Is it facing back? I don't know. It's just all over the place, the nose gear. Did not like that taxiing today. Yeah, take care of yourselves, guys, and I'll see you soon. Have a good one. Have a good night. Bye-bye.